how that happens to people. But I don't hate a whole network because somebody was once on it that's like lost his way. And I watch NBC, by the way, to get my news.
Yeah, look, Labubu, I mean, just because she supports Tucker Carlson's right to speak freely, okay, doesn't mean she would let him marry her daughter, okay?
No, he's not Jewish anyway, so he couldn't marry my daughter.
Well, no, he could. Your kids would still be Jewish. I mean, your grandkids.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want him in my family. I don't like.
Yeah, exactly. She wouldn't want him in her family. Okay, that doesn't mean she doesn't think he's like.
You know who's actually much better looking, Jason, in person than on the air? Is Sean Hannity. I met him when I went to one of the debates. And wears his hair differently when you meet him in person. Is much better looking.
You know, Sean Hannity has like $1 billion real estate empire, like probably worth more than that now. They reported it in like 2018. It's probably worth like $2 billion.
Wow. Did he come from money, or did he just make good investments?
No, he was a roofer, Abby.
Really?
Worth his stake is 250 million.
250 is a lot different than $2 billion.
You have to Google Sean Hannity real estate empire.
He would be on the billionaires.
How did he? What he just buys? Where's he own real estate? Is he in Florida?
Yeah.
You know who else? Actually, I found out. Norm, I didn't know if I ever told you this. You know who else has a lot of big real estate holdings? Is Max Weinberg. I never knew that. Like he buys and sells stuff.
The drummer.
The drummer, yeah.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Big real estate holding.
Yeah, that's
I'll give the signatures. Hey, Frankie. Hey, Frankie, can you hear me? Hello, Frankie.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm at home, just unpacking and cleaning up a little bit. What are you doing?
I'm just over here trying to figure out what's going on.
Are you at the hip?
Yeah.
Did you drive there?
No. I was driven over here by a muffled date who then stranded me after I found out about his ulterior motives.
Wow.
Well, not that funny. It was really, really sad, actually.
Well, welcome to the birds and the bees. I mean, it's going to happen.
What?
I said it's the birds and the bees.
Welcome. I mean, I'm pretty sick of it at this point. I've been here. I've already joined that club. I'm done. I'm just saying, I spent the first half of my day assuming that I was going to the gym with somebody who then dropped me about 6 miles from where I live.
Oh. Well,
I'm pretty stressed.
I'd be happy to pick you up. Just let me know where to pick you up. I'm only a few minutes away.
I told you where I am already, and that I wanted to pick me up. So I'm confused why we're still beating on the bush.
All right. Well.
Respond to the 30 minutes, right? So I was just doing my own thing, and then my phone died because I already told you. Yes, I'm at the mall. Remember? You said great. So I'll pick you up. I said yes, and then I told you where I was, and then you asked me again. Do you want me to pick you up? But I'm so confused why we're beating around the bush. I thought we already settled that.
All right. Well, you know what? Just have a good day, and I wish you all the best. Take care.
And he's very accessible.
I think Brett Baer is smarter.
Yeah, Brett Baer is very.
Nah, I'm good. You know what?
Between
wish you all the best. Take care.
Punditry or analysis.
Do you guys go into Gary's room? Do you go into the critical thinking forum?
He banned me a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
He did.
Let me listen to MSNBC for fucking...
Yeah, sorry. I'm not going to deal with all this anger. Sorry,
Yeah, but he's Fox at night. He works on the Fox radio.
Sorry, I can't deal with all this anger. Wish you all the best.
Did you know that?
Does he have a show, or does he produce?
he
Yeah.
produces. I don't think he talks. He has a radio voice. I mean, he could, but I think he oversees a whole bunch of reporters and produces.
I
And
really
he's-
like him. I love trolling him. But I do
You go in the
troll.
rooms.
And
I've
you
heard you
know-
on
Oh, I
stage.
speak a
Trevor.
lot. I
Yeah.
speak all the time. I used
Actually,
to set
you're
it
great
on.
when you speak.
I used to set it on alert, so I immediately can get alerted. Because if you're not the first 7 or 8 speakers, you're going to get filibustered
Yes.
by Marshall. And it's just-
I would troll a Marshall
Disgusting.
back in the day.
Well, Anson had a phone now.
I would tell Marshall.
That's good for the listener.
I would tell Marshall Frank Williams told me you're Antichrist, and Marshall would just get pissed off, right? Because I would be so serious. I would be like, "Hey, dude, I've been getting into Christianity. Frank gave me some scripture. You might be Antichrist. Like, I'm unsure of what to believe in you."
Abby, what
And
do
he
you
would be like, "I'm not the Antichrist, dude. How many times do I have to tell you?"
Abby, what do you think about the RNC leadership and everything like that?
I mean, it's interesting as it goes. I thought Watley did a great job. Just amazing job running it. But, you know, I was one of the few. I didn't have the issues with Rana like everybody else did. I thought she was in an interesting role when she was there. Obviously, they didn't think she could handle the election. So we'll see. We have our big conference coming up at the end of October, and they'll all be there. So I'll have a better sense of it when we all meet. And I'll come back in a room and tell you that. But I mean, it's
All the best, too.
I like Johnson. I don't know if that's an unpopular thing to say in here,
You know what?
but I think he's actually been an effective speaker.
Mhm.
I think he's a very he's a sincere guy, and very religious.
What do you think everyone's view is of RFK? Do you think he's converted a lot of people?
Boy, that's a wild card, isn't it?
But like, I'd say maybe majority of RNC was kind of against him.
I don't know if do you think that there's for him?
I think
don't
they're
think
now
so.
yeah, maybe now they're for it.
I mean, but I didn't listen to all the hearings. I heard a little bit of it, and I saw the Elizabeth Warren and the Sanders dialogue back and forth. But I didn't hear. I heard some of the R's took them on, and I didn't hear it. Did you listen to it?
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, held up extremely well.
This is Kennedy?
Yeah.
RFK.
Is it worth looking at?
Yeah, it's worth the initial confirmation's worth watching, and this is worth watching as the follow-up.
What do you think of him?
Vicious. He's amazing. The best thing that's happened to one of the best things that happened to healthcare or the country in my lifetime.
I think he's 60% a great guy and 40% out of his mind.
What part?
His ideas on health are Looney Tunes.
Specifically, please.
What do you mean specifically?
Which is the worst parts or do you not like the most on this list?
I think his ideas on just to begin with on vaccinations are completely Looney Tunes. That's one small example. I think his idea that our medical problems are solvable by diet is Looney Tunes. I think diet is extremely important. It should be emphasized, and we should have national programs emphasizing it, and there should be tremendous public education and awareness. But I don't think it's going to solve or change our healthcare significantly. He just goes off the deep end, and I think his worldview, I thought about it, is formed by the fact that he successfully sues people over these health matters. So I guess he's convinced himself of them because he's been able
No,
to.
you know what I think it is?
What?
I think it's a traumatic overcorrection from his heroin addiction, where at his heroin addiction, he was at a death stage in his life. Now he, at full force, is running away from that heroin addiction and becoming like the
Self-rejection.
super man.
That's a legitimate analysis. People do that.
I'm not. It's interesting. First of all, I don't consent to being recorded. Is John still in the audience, or did someone get rid of him?
I kicked him. There's one
Thank you.
anon every John.
I don't get sold on him being bad by the family members. You know, as they try to show that the sisters don't like him or the cousins don't like him. It's not been convincing to me. Like, I think you have to judge him on his own without. I mean, the same thing happened to Trump, where they had that one niece that went after him, and you know, he had a very good relationship with his brother and sister.
I'm
And-
friends with Rory Kennedy. We've worked together and we've been to each other's houses.
Yeah, I mean, so
That's
did
his
that?
sister.
Yeah, did that sell you? Having
Not
the
at all.
family come out?
No, they are. I mean, I'm not really weirdly. I'm not into partisan politics. I'm just interested in people's positions on things. They are, you know, a family of Democrats, and that's totally fine. They are American royalty in many ways. They're talented. I think they're mostly good. They've had a ridiculous amount of tragedy, but no, I'm just basing my opinion on his policies and his positions. I mean, I listened to his first confirmation hearing, and you're like, wow, this guy is great, this guy is great, this guy is great. And then suddenly he starts talking about vaccines, and he's out of his mind.
So is
He's
he? What,
ignorant.
has he?
Wait, I have a
I
question.
thought he didn't say.
Wait,
I'm confused.
what do you guys think about Florida taking away the polio vaccine and every other
They
vaccine?
didn't take it away. They're allowing people to choose.
Yeah, yeah, and
That's not a way to achieve public health.
Yeah,
Well-
it's going to be worse for measles and other things.
So let me ask you, because Jonas Salk will probably be like rolling in his grave on this, but like I didn't realize we were still actively giving the polio vaccine. I thought that I knew chickenpox stopped, but were we still? I mean, my kids are older, so I didn't know what happens with young kids now.
Particularly military kids that go overseas.
That's who's getting it. But I mean, I got a sugar cube when I was in school. You know,
I
who
did
was
too.
that? Who was it? Saban?
Saban, yeah.
Saban was the one
Okay,
that.
these are the vaccines that kids get.
Like
The
before school. Go ahead. What are they?
Yeah, so they are measles, the influenza type B, hepatitis B, chickenpox, HPV,
Mumps, rubella.
mumps,
HPV is
and
mandatory.
polio. You still get
So
the
you
polio.
still get the
vaccine.
polio. How did they administer the polio? Do they do it by inoculation, or is it?
Must
Like-
be. I don't see those sugar cubes anymore.
So it's mandatory. So, you know, I mean, it's, you guys heard me. I hate talking vaccines in rooms, but the Jacobson, Massachusetts case from 1905 is still good law today. I mean, so if it's something mandated by the government and it's protecting the health, safety, and welfare of citizens, you have to get it. I mean, that's our law still. I mean, this obviously came up during COVID, but that hasn't changed. And I think that case was smallpox vaccine.
At 1919 or something?
I thought it was even before that. Look up Jacobson versus Massachusetts is the name of the case. It's still good law, to my knowledge.
What if polio and measles they benefited society? And the pharmaceutical industry concocted a fake illness which
Oh,
they
this
called
has not turned you
measles
into
and
a
polio.
Trumper. Not a Trumper.
So they could devise a fake
who can
vaccine
say he directed
to
Trump.
gain
I
audience.
directed Trump in a movie. No.
Sounds like a movie.
Yeah,
Celebrity?
He was a pleasure to work with.
Jonas
and a
Salk
very
gave the
good
polio
actor.
vaccine
He was
away
very
for free.
polite.
How dare you?
Did he
Hit
really?
his mark
Wow.
and did everything
You know,
correctly and had
RFK
a real
Jr. said,
flair for show business.
If you think
I
we're
always
canceled
have
before,
to direct him now.
tap water can make you into a homosexual.
That's my excuse, in fact.
When did he say that and in what context?
Well, the context was he was saying that tap water have made frogs gay.
It was Alex Jones who said that about atrazine.
Yeah, same nigga, right? Same nigga at this point.
No, Alex Jones is not the same person as RFK Jr. This is crazy.
If RFK Jr. was born not into the Kennedys, RFK Jr. would be Alex Jones.
That's ridiculous.
I think you're in your cups a little bit, Sonny.
Joe B, how many rice bags did you give out to India?
I invest in India. What the fuck are you talking about?
I just pinged Augustus if I could get him in the room because his wife works for RFK. He's in DC and he works for a think tank
he's
connected.
great.
I've heard him talking about it. He worked on his presidential
Yeah.
campaign, too. Okay, BBC fact-checking RFK Jr.'s views on health policy. Which, again, I don't particularly trust the BBC, but
Okay,
at least...
Google BBC tap water RFK Jr. gay.
You said you're talking about Alex Jones.
Okay, let me make sure.
And Alex Jones says stuff like that.
Yeah, he does. You're right. A lot of us don't really pay attention to
When's
that.
the last time you drank tap water? I mean, where I live, you can't drink the tap water. Just saying.
I drink it every day.
I can't
Okay,
drink.
so this
drink
is
it here.
from 2023. RFK Jr. repeatedly suggested that chemicals in tap water are impacting the sexuality of children.
That doesn't mean that it's turning them gay, right?
Well, look, Nachiketa comes from a place. He comes from a place where the tap water is sourced from a fresh reservoir. Okay, it's natural water, right? It comes from a natural reservoir. It doesn't come from a place where the 95% of Americans live with. The water is bleached with chemicals. It's filtered with chemicals, harsh chemicals, right? And it runs through rusted pipes. Sure, Nachiketa's water runs through rusted pipes, but at least it's fresh water. Right? It's natural water. It's not chemically treated.
Okay, one of his most controversial things is an old and dumb and discredited claim that there's a link between vaccines and autism.
It's not old and dumb. It's currently under the microscope. So the thing,
Big time.
the thing is, all that counts is the head of the department, and so RFK is now the head of the department, and this
theory was
it
promoted
doesn't
by
matter. Here's the thing, Norm.
a guy named Andrew Wakefield in UK,
Listen,
and he was discredited. So the evidence was
There's the jury's not in on this, and the power that be at this time, the judge, jury, and executioner of the policy will be RFK and his team. Now they're going to release a report next week. It's going to look at Tylenol during pregnancy.
Wait. F-Tol, before you go over to Tylenol during pregnancy, let's stay with this for a second.
No, I'm just saying what's going to be in the report.
Let's just talk about
what the so-called data. The so-called data. I don't want to get in the rabbit hole. When you look at it, when you look at the data,
there's one study linking it. It's by Wakefield, and that was retracted.
That may
which
be,
means
but
there's no studies linking it.
That may be, or
Okay.
RFK is right, and you're going to get a chance to really look at it.
Well, there's no study that is credible that links
There's been no
vaccines
study
and
on
autism.
controls. There's been no study on controls. They never have an unvaccinated control group.
So we agree that there's no study
There are
No credible link.
multiple studies that show a dramatic rise in autism.
I mean, huge
Okay,
rise
but
in
there's no
autism.
study.
Oh my God, that part you have to know.
Hold on.
It's a huge rise in
And it's
autism.
unexplained, at this time.
Okay,
So
but that
the
has
focus-
nothing to do with vaccines.
It's just normal. It's not your job to argue it or my job to defend it.
No, it's my job to evaluate evidence as
No,
a
it's
parent
not. It's
and a
not.
journalist.
You're not on the Maha Commission. You're
That's
not on
the
the
thing.
commission.
Say that again? What was that other comment?
You're not on the commission.
I don't have to be on the
You
commission.
do.
I'm
You have a
I'm
say
an
in what
informed
happens going
citizen.
forward. No, you do.
I
And
do
so
what?
you can respond to it, and we can all react to it when the report comes out next week. But for instance, let me tell you how retarded people are. When it got leaked out that Tylenol is going to be implicated, maternal use of Tylenol, okay, which was told to be safe to everyone since the 80s. Since then, when that leaked out on Friday, everyone started freaking out. It's not fair, it's so wrong. You know, what do you think RFK has to gain by screwing
Why
with Tylenol?
why did we change? Why did we run away from the one point
No,
that
I'm leaving vaccines to the side for a moment. That will be Hep B vaccine, particularly. They're going to focus
Well,
on that
let's
too.
talk about one of his most controversial opinions,
Instead of
which is a link between autism.
he's been on the record. He was on the record during confirmation to say he's not anti-vax. He's given his own
Yeah.
children vaccines.
He's also
He
on the
just-
record linking vaccines to autism, which is Looney Tunes.
And you can be both. You can be pro-vaccine and also want to make sure they're safe vaccines.
Right, but in this case, he's stating Looney Tune opinions.
Okay, but you may say Looney Tunes, but he's in
Yeah.
charge. He's got the
It's
gavel.
But Norm, it's the amount of autism and the percentage that we have now is so alarming. And
Sure.
it is a health emergency in our country. So
I don't disagree.
something's causing it, and
Great.
the thought to study it is incredibly important. I mean, it's the burden that it has on the healthcare system, on the education system, is like extraordinary. I mean, Joe probably knows the numbers on how much it's risen, but they have to study it. They've got to figure out.
Oh, I'm in favor of study.
There's something that's happening within our universe that's causing it to rise like
Well,
this.
we may just be noticing it more and diagnosing it more now that
could
we
be part of
understand it
but
more.
1 in 10,000 to 1 in 33 is the difference, and so
Yeah, yeah.
it can't simply be overdiagnosed.
You know, we had different
Yes.
words for things, Norm. When you were a kid, when I was a kid, you called things. We called someone who had ADD. We didn't know about ADD then, so we just said they were emotionally disturbed. I was talking to a friend of mine. I said, "What did we call these people back then?" And she said, "Odd." We
Or
just called them
retarded or
odd.
something. Sure.
Yeah, we just didn't
No,
have words for it.
I think it's pretty clear that the symptomology on all those things has increased.
Yeah.
And this is not a matter of like different words for things. And now we have to start to try to understand why.
So they've been.
I ultimately think
Go ahead.
it's due to feminism, not due to any kind of medical thing.
Well, that actually is possible.
What the fuck?
Metabolic disease is related to
Ideology.
a greater incidence of associating with feminist, radical activist type ideas. That is possible. Not causally, but it is something.
Do you think Gloria Steinem caused this,
Can't remember. Huh?
Yes, I
She
do.
will.
or Betty Friedan? Let's put them
How
in
about
order.
Well, I think it
COVID-19?
goes back to who's that?
Wait,
woman?
here's the
Charlotte
statement.
Perkins
Here's the
Gilman.
statement from RFK Jr. Here's the statement from
I
RFK
remember
Jr.
these things.
COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and Black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. What is he talking about? It's Looney
Look,
Tunes.
he's answered to this in committee on his confirmation hearings. That was taken out of context, and he misspoke. So
Okay.
Well, he's out of his mind to say something like that.
Look, I agree. There are
not
things
everyone
he said that he shouldn't have said.
Not everyone can speak perfectly.
That's right.
He's dancing on the knife edge all the time with this information.
What do you? I mean, what do you think he was trying to say?
He's struggling with anti-Semitism, which a lot of people on the right are struggling with.
No, he's
Okay,
a big,
they're struggling with it.
He supports Israel fully.
He's a huge supporter of it. His father died because of it. Come on.
Because of what? Anti-Semitism. Bobby Kennedy.
Father
Yeah, sure.
died
was a
because of his
Palestinian.
support.
I
mean, it's
but,
like
but
not
how
even
did we
a
get to
question.
that from COVID?
No, I mean, but he made a stupid statement. Norm, I agree with you. think he's anti-Semitic. Like, not even close. I don't
No.
feel that with him.
No, I don't think so either.
His wife is Larry David's wife.
Yeah, right. Cheryl.
Yeah.
True.
What's his name? Cheryl
Hines.
Hines, right? Yeah. They showed up at my friend's house once because his other sister, whose name I think is Kit Kennedy, her nickname is Kit Kennedy, lived in his building in like in Chinatown, you know, the hip part of Chinatown in New York. Not very expensive though, still a dump, still like a tenement. And so Larry David and Cheryl Hines and RFK came over the house, and she invited him up. That was pretty fun.
You have another connection to Larry David. I'll tell you later. Either way.
Can't wait. I can't wait to hear that one.
The guy I sent you to see, the comedian.
Oh, I like him. I'd like to go see him again.
Yeah, he dates Larry's daughter.
Oh, that's pretty good. That was a fun night.
So going back to RFK
Yeah.
and how people receive him. So I think, I don't know if he's embraced within his own. I mean, first of all, Republicans, I guess, look at him as a Democrat that came in. Have anyone, like, have they uncovered his positions on other issues? Is he, liberal or Democrat with respect to
He wants to
other
loosen the neocon grip on power and rip them out of the party forever.
He's
Which
come out.
he described clearly and concisely during the walkout with Trump.
It has advanced the topic of nootropics. So he said when he was at Harvard, he used to be a C- student until he just started taking heroin, and he became like a B+ A student.
It's an antidepressant.
But what about his domestic? Well, I mean, I didn't really follow his campaign, so I didn't see his position on domestic policies other than health. Does he lean left?
So he's a centrist, libertarian.
It's called school choice.
adjacent.
Or school choice? Yeah.
Yep.
Immigration, where is he at?
Yeah, strict enforcement.
Pro-choice?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you guys think about Thomas Massey on his Epstein show?
I haven't followed him on the Epstein stuff, but I do not like him as a congressman at all. And I have a lot of issues with positions he takes. He's a joke. And
Get out of here.
he'll
What do you
vote
think
against
about
things
Rand Paul, Abby?
better than Thomas Massey. I think he has a little more ethics and he's brighter than
Did
Thomas
you see his
Massey.
statement on cartels?
Mm-mm. I mean, I don't follow them directly other than I look at
They're
their
saying to
votes.
send the troops after the cartels. You heard about that, right?
Yeah.
So Rand Paul is speaking out against it, standing on libertarianism.
He's pretty true to that and always has been.
I have a question for S500. S500, how many rice bags do you think Joe B delivered today?
What's your deal, bud? Let's get it out.
Okay, that's funny.
You're
That's
a very
funny,
famous anti-Indian racist.
No, listen.
So you're being very racist toward Joe.
Yeah, you're calling
Labubu.
her a rice bag.
Yeah, I deliver. You're a dummy because I.
No, he didn't call her. He didn't
Rice
refer
bag
to her.
provider. Rice
I
bag
go to
Yeah,
provider.
he called her provider. He called her.
May I speak? May I speak? I go to India to save baby girls. 3,000 are killed.
That's trouble. It sounds like trouble.
Is there
Don't bring it up.
ever any
This is a
religious-
troublemaker.
Wait, hold on. Joby, is there ever any religious conversion that occurred?
All the time. You would be amazed.
Okay, we need to take note of this, gentlemen. I'm taking notes.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
taking notes. You know, you're engaging in highly illegal activity. You could end up in
Hey,
prison.
Come on, man. No, don't do
No government's gonna be able to save you. If you end up in prison, no government's gonna save you.
For 10 years.
There's nothing illegal for evangelical.
No, this is highly illegal. After all, you don't know the laws are strict these days. If she gets one report, all it takes is one report, and she's gonna land up in prison. Her and her compatriots who accompany her are gonna end up in jail, and
Go ahead.
it's gonna be a really nasty.
Hold on, guys. Look.
What's the law as
I'm not familiar with this law.
It's called the Abby. To answer Abby's question, it's called the anti-conversion law. It's been passed in Parliament. Okay, several states have doubled down on this and passed even more stringent laws. So what Joby is engaging in is highly criminal activity. Highly criminal activity.
How is that? What is she doing that's specifically violating that law?
Feeding baby girls.
Yeah. So
She's breaking the. It's not. Look, we're not talking about the law. I just explained to you. She's not breaking the laws of Israel. She's not breaking the laws of, say, New York State or Nevada or the United States. But she's breaking the laws of India, right? She's breaking the.
What her action is.
To engage in missionary activities in India is strictly prohibited by law.
What's
It's
especially missionary activity?
Someone coming from abroad being sponsored on a religious. You are not supposed to engage in political or missionary activities in India.
I know many people that are in Chabad in Mumbai. Are they breaking the law?
Is that Jewish activities, Abby?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not breaking the law. But what Joe is doing is definitely breaking the law.
Okay. So
Jews get a free pass.
Okay.
Chabad only reaches out to Jews.
Right,
Exactly.
they just reach out to Jews. Okay.
Exactly. But what Joe is doing is basically she's trying to exploit people's socioeconomic backwardness and give them a bargaining chip. Use their poverty as a bargaining chip, right? And she's saying, okay, yeah, send over your details.
No, you can Google me.
Hold on,
This is
guys.
what happens.
Hold on,
when we-
wait a second. Joe, did you realize that these recently passed laws have taken effect, though?
No, I haven't been over there for 2 years.
Okay, well,
Come over soon. Come visit soon, Joe. I'll roll out the red carpet for you. Please come over.
You sound like an evil person. No thanks.
Send me your itinerary. Oh, in fact, I extend my host graciousness to your friends and your acquaintances. Please send me their itinerary next time they come over. Please do.
No, thank you.
I'll be monitoring you. I'll be monitoring.
Can you I want to understand this. So if someone has like a Christian soup kitchen, like we have here, like Catholic Charities where I am.
Yeah, if you're doing it out of charity, it's fine, right? But if you're doing it, you're not allowed to engage in politics as a foreigner. So if you're engaging in converting people, right? And so if you're engaging in
Converting someone from one religion.
the word is proselytization.
Can I explain to you?
Yeah. So if you're engaging in that, you will end up in jail. As a white person, you will 100% end up in jail.
You can have a mission. So I'm just trying to understand this. So if you go in there to feed the poor and you set up a food bank,
Yeah,
and
no
your Catholic
problem.
charities.
That's what we
But
do.
your Catholic
We feed
charities
baby
doing it.
girls. We
Can
feed
you do that?
we rescue baby girls that are killed when they're
No, it doesn't sound like you're rescuing them. It sounds like you're brainwashing them into your politics.
Look me up, Cooper.
Yeah. Send over your details, Joe.
Send your info to me. I'm happy to report you to the Indian government.
No, you
I'm
gotta
just still trying to understand this, guys. Get me there.
Abby,
Abby, here, let me explain it to you.
Like you can't proselytize in Israel either.
One mic on SpongeBob.
Yeah. Let me explain it to you.
SpongeBob and Abby only.
What happens is India is a very poor country. Many of the areas are very backwards. The government is too poor to reach those areas. It doesn't have a civil society to reach those areas or charities to reach those areas. So now you have an economic unit, which is the Catholic Church or these Christian institutions, who have vastly a huge magnitude more of money.
Mainly evangelicals, by the way.
So yeah, and the evangelicals. So they reach these areas, and then they basically offer these kids and these poor people food and certain things, you know, whatever, to improve their lives, which is good. But the caveat is you have to convert, or you have to start attending certain.
Yeah, strings attached.
Or you have to
And it's
stop
like,
working
okay, they'll give you cancer
your
treatment.
jobs.
They'll pay for your cancer treatment, but you better start going to church, and your family better start going to church, or else you're not going to get that cancer
You have
treatment.
to stop doing these
They're
rituals. You
making
have
it
to
a
stop doing.
condition.
You have to destroy your whole way of life, and you have to convert, and then you could get all this stuff. But now, luckily,
Yeah, Joe,
India is,
send over
you know,
your
it's starting
details.
to rise. Yeah, Joe, you should definitely send your details if you want to act all.
No, you do
All right,
your
stop
homework.
attacking her, please. I get
Joe,
it.
your details are all over the place. All right.
I don't approve, but stop attacking her.
I don't understand. If someone was to-
So
If someone
philanthropies
started-
can come in. They can feed hungry people.
Sure, yeah.
So you're saying as long as it's not conditioned upon
Conversion.
joining the church.
But look,
Yeah,
let's
what you're
be
saying.
really honest. U.S. aid, and I think President Trump and many other prominent Republicans have pointed this out. Many of these charities and NGOs, quote unquote, are actually political fronts, including many of these missionary organizations. They're just political fronts.
And I fully agree.
They're assets of the State Department.
Right.
Many times they will promote stuff like, you know, homosexuality, transgenderism.
Oh, hell yeah.
They did this in Afghanistan.
And look, dude, then Christians get a bad rap because of it.
No, you're getting a bad rap because what you're doing is immoral, it's predatory. No, you are a predator.
That's what.
You are a predator. You are a snake person.
It's interesting what you say, because I'm thinking about think about how it works here. We have laws. We were talking about this in a room a couple of weeks ago, and the Supreme Court upheld this. So we have vagrancy laws where you get a fine of $1,000, and if it's a couple times, you do 6 months in jail if you're sleeping on the street, and you get arrested for sleeping on the street. But the way the law functions is the police officer has to be able to provide an alternative for them to stay. So where the shelters are, a lot of the shelters are run by Catholic Charities is a big one.
Missionary. Missionary groups.
They're missionaries. Our county has one, but most of the bigger ones and the food banks are run by philanthropic organizations.
This is what we mean, right, Abby?
There's no strings
just stay with
attached
me.
with any of this.
Please, Abby is going somewhere.
Abby, please, I'm
Abby is
going
going
somewhere. Let Abby complete.
Just let me finish this. So what's interesting is embedded in our civil law is the obligation to provide shelter, but the shelters are in fact being provided by missionaries, by religious organizations.
We're
Think
not
about what I'm
saying
saying.
these people can't come to India and give like milk and rice and stuff like that. We're just saying they're not allowed to bring their Bible with them. They're not allowed to bring their cross with them.
Stop it.
They're not allowed to set up.
Exaggerating.
Right.
They're not
They
allowed
can have
to
a
do that.
Hanukkah, they can have a prayer rug for Muslims, but you, as an atheist, have some personal beef with Jesus
Kitty,
Christ.
shut the fuck up. Where did you come from?
Atheists here.
That's pretty much it.
Hold on.
Kitty,
Every-
you're
That's the exact question right there.
500. Let's talk to Kitty here. Kitty, there's only one atheist I can count here. And the rest of us are Indian Hindus that are upset at evangelicals coming and converting poor people in their moment of need. Now, we have asked Joe B to cease and desist. We've pointed out the new rules.
No, there's no, Joby, your ass is being
Hey,
recorded.
can I talk? Can I hear you?
Hey, Kitty, shut the fuck up.
A radical,
Attack her personally.
creep.
I agree with
Hey,
your political
Katie,
position.
shut your
but not
mouth.
with attacking people.
Shut your mouth, Kitty. Let others speak.
Give him a second to get his period out.
Attack says 500.
All right, Kitty, shut the fuck up and speak when you're spoken to.
So just
500, please
to
don't do any more personal
just to
attacks.
clarify
What a great
something,
stage.
it's not illegal in Israel, by the way. It's restricted in that it's illegal to convert a minor, someone under
Very
18,
interesting.
and it's illegal to offer like a material benefit to induce someone to convert.
The laws of Israel do not apply to India.
No, but it's similar.
They cut
S500.
a deal with the
Very similar.
Mormons.
It's
Abby,
I started by saying the laws of Israel do not apply to India.
I know, I was just illustrating,
She's illustrating
I'm
it's a
just
similar rule to
illustrating
what we
that
have.
they cut a deal with the Mormon church
No tit for
a
tat.
while ago because the Mormons, and I live in a city very Mormon, the Mormons are very into proselytizing, and they voluntarily entered into an agreement with the government there to refrain from it. But it's not actually illegal there. So that's why I'm curious. That's reading the laws in India.
You're saying it is illegal. You're saying it
And
is.
so, Abby, my whole point is, like, Mormons are considered Christian only because, like, basically the Catholic Church has not deemed
Don't bring your Christian politics into this room. That's not the topic.
That's not the
It's not the
topic.
topic. So the law in India is much stricter.
No, but
Yeah,
but
but Abby, you're comparing a country with a PCI, GDP per capita around like 2,600, 2,800 to I don't know how much Israel has. Probably
30,000.
But it also doesn't sound stricter. It also isn't stricter.
You don't
So
need
Jason,
missionaries
It's the same
It's the same
law.
law.
specifically
It's
for
literally
you.
the same.
Yeah.
No kids. You
Caste
said
in India, and the caste they target in India are Dalits. Dalits are
Okay, but this is more detail than is needed. But this is more detail than is needed.
Yeah, the only detail we need is Joe, send over your details. And send us the details of your organization, and we'll take care of it.
Abby, it's the same exact law.
Do your
You said
own
They
it was-
deny
homework.
visas,
Abby,
So-
you said it was for
You-
children.
You do your
children,
own.
and the
number
right
two,
to
tit for
deny.
tat, pay to praise it.
one.
No, we're gonna get the details regardless.
India is a lot of these missionary organizations. I don't know, possibly Joe's. They're involved in human trafficking, especially child trafficking. So I
Yeah,
think
that
this
you
is
church or child trafficking people. That's absolutely correct.
We don't do that shit.
That's what child traffickers would say.
We don't. I think though there is like a higher level thing here where Abby, you're like it sounds stricter, but it's not. India does not have a law saying a person cannot freely convert of their own choice. It's saying no proselytizing, no constructive proselytizing in exchange for goods. And that's not an unreasonable
They
law.
can deny visas. I mean, they deny visas in Israel if they have that option. If they
I
feel
dare you
it's-
to book a flight ticket, Joe. I dare you to book a flight.
Well, but Abby, and why would you say then that anything is stricter than what's in Israel? I mean, it's just the same.
I guess it has a lot to do with how it's enforced. But it's definitely not against the law there.
Okay, wait,
So-
Joe.
Well, but no one is saying
I
it's
have a
against the law in
question.
India to convert
Why do
people.
you hate India so much? Why do you hate
No, I
India?
love India.
Why do you want to stop putting so much focus on this white woman?
Abby is fine. Joe is the hater. Abby is fine.
Abby is not white. Abby is Jewish.
Yeah, Abby doesn't hate Hindus.
I
Abby
mean
actually
the
likes.
actual
I
white
love
Yeah, I'm talking
I love
to Joe
India
right
when I
now.
went
Yeah,
there.
why are you
Joe,
talking to
why-
Joe? She's
Except
just a
I got
white
a little
woman.
jelly belly when I was there, but I really did have a good time. Sorry.
So, Joe, why do you hate Indian people and our indigenous way of life?
Yeah, why don't you help them
Can I
without
answer?
converting?
Or are you guys gonna be a bunch of idiots?
Joe, why don't you help them without the conversion piece? Joe,
I'm trying to answer because
go ahead.
we
It's
love.
on you. One mic on you.
Because
One
when
mic
I
on you.
went there once, we saw what they did to baby girls, and they didn't respect them. I love the baby girls there. I almost adopted one. So shut
Why,
the fuck
why
up.
did your church traffic baby
My
girls then?
church didn't do it, Goober. I did on my
Okay, but why
own.
are you
No,
converting
but
them?
Joe, we have some two really big data points. In the past, you were completely correct that there was, sometimes selective abortion towards baby girls. They would do gender-based abortion.
30 million, 30 million a year.
Joe. But places they ebb and flow. Luckily, India has gotten a lot better with regards to that, and that's really good to see. However, the child trafficking that Christian missionary institutions do has been a rampant thing in India. That's why they have these new recent laws to stop people like you going and your institutions going and conducting this type of child trafficking and swindling these people who are poor, who are destitute, who just recently they're receiving human dignity and stuff for the first time, and they're starting to economically go forward in life. So yeah, I think these are two big trend lines. One of the evils of India has luckily been going on the down slope, but this type of child trafficking, that happens in missionary institutions and activities, it's still something very rife in India.
So
Yeah,
I
I
also
was-
put in
I'm
your
not
chat.
defending myself.
After the Arabs, Christians are the next biggest human traffickers. After the Arabs,
I've been doing this for 10 years. I go there for a week. I come home. I don't bring anyone with me. I don't bring anyone back.
Okay, do
that's okay, but you're still going to jail. You're still going to jail. It doesn't matter what you bring anyone with you. You've broken the law and you're going to jail.
I'm so scared. I can't stand it.
Joe, are you doing conversions? Yes or no?
No, absolutely not.
But earlier you said there's tons of conversions when I asked you this.
No, I did not hear that.
No, you
did. It's on record. You understand it's on record now.
I do want to say that
It's on record.
I did.
I know what I'm doing.
You know what else is going to be on record? Jail is
Let
watching
a white
India.
man speak.
Warning.
Let a white man speak. I'm pretty sure I heard Joe say that. Yeah, that there were a lot of converts.
I said going.
When she found out about the new rules, she suddenly says she doesn't.
Yeah, now you're pissing your panties. Now you're pissing your panties.
Come on.
I wish you wouldn't treat a woman this way, please.
And I don't.
I wish you wouldn't do this.
Joe,
I really wish you wouldn't do this. Don't treat a woman this way, please.
Look, she's pissing her panties. Nobody's mistreating her.
relax.
We're just letting her know that she's broken the law.
I agree with your political position 100%, but I don't think we should attack an individual woman.
So this is apolitical. This is illegal. This is a moral position,
It
right?
was a
You break the
learning
law of a land, you gotta.
She said she's never done it.
This
now.
is a transnational criminal network operating within America to break Indian law.
This was a very dynamic, very interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I love the people.
Joe, you realize a report is going to be
that's
filed.
John.
This isn't
That's
rhetoric.
John.
Let's move forward. She said,
Remove the guy. That's John.
Okay,
Shaik.
John.
Yeah.
No, Shaik is not John, I don't think. Is it?
Shake.
No, he's a different troll. I think he's from Uzbekistan.
Hold on.
That's where I like to-
Shaik,
I like to
behave
follow
yourself.
In DC.
Yep. Yeah, we have a mutual confidant.
He's a Jew
Yeah,
hater
Randall
and he
Dickerson.
speaks Russian.
You
That's what I
can
don't like.
kick him out if you want, El Normal. Your full discount.
I'll fucking kick him out if you say that he's a problem. I'll do it normal.
Yeah, Joe's gone down to. Hey, Joe, you're going to be removed from the room. You can't just move down to the audience to record.
Come on, man. Let's not.
No, she can't just go down there and record. This is not a free pass to record the room.
Record. No one hears in the room.
No. Why did she move down then? She can mute herself up on the stage.
There's 20 people in the audience.
Joe, you have about 20 seconds. Any last prayers? Don't piss your panties again because
That's 500.
you know.
Why-
I have an
This is
India
disrespectful.
question. Can I ask an India question on this
Yeah,
subject?
let's go to that.
Well, before we we'll give yeah, Joe's a known recorder. Okay. Hey, Joe, go fuck yourself. All right, fuck your people, fuck yourself, Joe.
Come on, man.
And you are being reported to the authorities.
So I have a question in terms of the proselytizing
Mhm.
there. So how did people view Mother Teresa?
Mixed.
That was, I mean, in the world she was.
There's a nasty legacy there
Tell me.
of child trafficking, child neglect, putting on a show, taking the money, not using it for the kids. There's a lot of questions about Mother Teresa.
So here she's worldwide treated like a saint, but in India not.
Well, in India too. So the mainstream view is she's a great saint.
You know who was really, really famous for attacking her very humorously? Christopher Hitchens. He really didn't like Mother Teresa. And it's like, it felt like he was attacking Mom and Apple Pie, but boy, he really went after her. Christopher Hitchens.
But she was proselytizing, no?
I don't know. I assume
Yes.
so. Isn't that what they
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I don't really pay attention to this stuff. By the way, Abby, the Mormons also have a deal because they're obsessed with posthumous conversion. They've agreed with the Jews not to posthumously convert our Holocaust dead.
Oh, I
Just
didn't
the
know.
Holocaust dead.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Posthumous
The
conversion.
distinction is bizarre.
You mean between the other dead and the Holocaust dead?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird move. I don't know if that's any better. You probably should just leave everyone alone, but
Well, they should.
I mean, because basically in their mind they're damning these people.
Who really cares if
I
somebody?
mean, they knock on the doors here. You get these guys on bicycles with white button-down shirts and black ties, and they go around the neighborhoods, knock on the doors.
They're on mission.
Book of Mormon, yeah.
Do you know what you call them? You call them elders. That's when they sort of, that's like their bar mitzvah. That's when they become elders. You can address them as elder.
The Hitchens book, it's the missionary position.
That's the one about Mother Teresa?
Yeah, that's what it's called. And he also had a documentary that came out like right before she died or something called Hell's, I forget, oh man, I can't remember. But Princess Diana and Mother Teresa. But he really goes into her and her. I mean, it focuses on India, just like the deplorable conditions. And this is God's will kind of thing. And under the virtue of saving these people, they just let them rot in these awful institutions. But they were saved, and so all was fine, right? They were converted.
What's interesting here is we have a huge Mormon community where I live. And when I first started practicing, there's a judge, and his name is Myron Levitt. Okay, you can't have a more Jewish sounding name than Myron Levitt. I mean, both first name and last name, Mormon. And I'm trying to figure it out. The Mormons have adopted a lot of old Jewish, some biblical names, but also old Jewish lineage names. And it gets confusing because the first names are often interesting. They're like family names as first names, but the last names they use Jewish names.
What do you think as a lawyer about how Harmeet is doing in executing in her role?
Who's doing?
Harmeet Dillon.
You have to love her. She's fierce, no?
She's very fierce.
Yeah. She's a warrior.
I mean, I like Pam Bondi. I'm sure I'm going to get flack for that from people.
Why?
I don't think so.
I have to say, I view Harmeet Dillon's Twitter from time to time. It's so sad. No husband, no children. It'll be her, like, with a smiley face, cooking pasta tonight, watering the garden tonight.
Maybe she likes
it like that.
Maybe she likes the ladies.
You know, her husband died recently, so Labubu's
I'm
out
sorry
of
to hear
line
that.
here.
I think that it's interesting. I mean, a lot of these U.S. attorneys that got appointed around the country are under attack to try to get them removed with lawsuits and, in states that are blue states where the senators have that, what they call is it the blue ticket? Where they basically give the okay for that appointment and they're all fighting it. And it's Bondi's really trying to save all these appointments. So as much as going after like the legal issues, she's also administratively trying to like save all these appointments. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's difficult times, strange political bedfellows these days.
Oh, I know that. What's the Haba is the U.S. attorney in Jersey that they went after. A gal I know here, they're going after, trying to get her out. And these were all appointments, Trump appointments. But they can't get them through the Senate.
How do you get them out? They approach him or something?
I have a question.
They filed lawsuits. I mean, the girl here's got a lawsuit filed, because they're in that temporary period, then they're in the second temporary period. So.
I just want to appreciate people in the audience.
We have a question. Hold up, nigga.
The people who sent in those organizations' information, thank you. Any follow-up would be appreciated. We will get the reports filed. Breaking the law of the land is not cool. The age of colonialism is over, and these people are going to jail.
I agree with you. Joe did not say she converted anybody.
He did say
He said it to begin with, and
He said, "Oh, there's conversions going on."
she did. No. She said she converted many.
But also El Normo.
I asked her before she knew about the rules.
Joe is screwed.
El Normo, Joe was talking about what her organization does when she was asked that question.
Oh, I thought you went as an individual.
No,
You don't go as an individual.
She changed it to all that.
No, that makes
individual
sense.
once
That
she
makes
learned
sense.
about the problems now with the new.
Could you imagine just going as an individual and like taking people's kids and
right.
stuff and like it would be insane.
But
You go to like the bad neighborhood and say, "Look, I want any girls."
Yeah.
If we're being honest, it was more likely these children were orphans. They had severe medical conditions. Their parents gave up on them. And then these organizations came and adopted.
So it's interesting when I'm looking at this law. Do you remember, Norm and Jason, you might remember, there was this really bad dude that was on the app about, I'm going to say 2 years ago. And he said he was a rabbi, but it was like very bogus.
From New York. Alex from
No, not Alex.
The mass converter guy.
The mass converter, yes.
Yeah.
So he said he was a rabbi, and then we checked out like the Hebrew word is smichut, where you get your certification, and it was like bogus where he got it.
He's bogus, and he mass converts people
and he
in
said
India.
he went to India,
Yeah.
and he did mass conversions in India. Do you remember that guy, Jason?
I do remember this guy. Yes.
I mean, so
We
now
find this very distasteful. The Jews hate this.
we hate this. So it's totally against Judaism to do it.
Yeah, we know.
But what's weird is, how did this guy get away with it if this law's in place?
It's a fraud, no?
It's got to be a fraud. But there were articles. Let me see if I can find a news article about him. I mean, how did he get away with it? Unless the whole thing was bogus.
Or he's not, or it's not a priority for him.
There's no way to
for law enforcement, rather.
The thing is, like, until somebody reports it to higher authorities,
legal until a few years ago. First of all.
Yeah. So until somebody actually files a report, people get away with it. They just fly under the radar. But Joe will not be getting away with this. I just want to make it official. Joe is not getting away with this. And anyone from her organization henceforth, we will find out who they are. They're not going to get away with this one. And she's on record. Whatever she said is on record.
He himself was a convert, by the way, this fake rabbi.
So yeah, I would just say, Abby, Norm, let your Abrahamic brothers know in Islamic Christianity that they can't do this.
Joby's probably lying about the whole story to begin with, which is the funny part of this whole drama.
We're gonna get to the bottom of it. People will be getting punished. Her visa, whether her visa gets canceled or not.
She said she worked for the 3-letter agencies at a high level and also.
Yeah, the 3-letter agencies are not going to be saving her. Nor is her church. Her church is not going to be bailing her out of this one.
That's funny, man. You're crazy. But But yeah, this shows the problem with conversion. I think that this has been an amazing demonstration to open my eyes a little bit about the new laws that are taking place in India.
Yo, what tech does America bring to India? It brings Facebook, Google, Gmail,
a little bit of Instagram here.
Instagram, yeah.
iPhone.
And what does the Chinese tech bring to India? Cheap electric cars, incredible infrastructure, gigantic manufacturing plants, collaborations.
Well, the Japanese, to be fair, the Japanese have brought more of those.
Chinese and Japanese.
It's mainly like auto is mainly the Japanese, right? The Japanese help us.
That's because the Indians banned the Chinese.
Yeah, correct. India's done a lot of partnerships with Japan. Japan wants to bring industry in.
America has given a lot to India. It's gave us Instagram.
Missionaries.
It gave us Joby. But when you say China has given so much,
not yet, but there's a potential for big things. There's a big potential growing right now.
Do you think India would trust China? Because I don't think anybody trusts China.
It's not that black and white normal. It's not that black and white. I think there's a bloc developing. You have the new RIC, Russia, India, China. Nepal just met with the leader of Nepal just met with Putin yesterday, right? And he said, look, we haven't had a Russian leader visit in ages. And Putin said, that might happen this December. Putin said he might visit Nepal this December.
Isn't this setting up for World War III?
It's not setting up.
You would just
the access of
yes.
good China, Russia, India versus the access of evil America, the West.
It's not that
Don't forget Israel. I'm sorry.
It's the old world. It's the old world versus the new world. I think we're going to see a bifurcation. Between the old world and the new world.
You might want to add Canada to that list because Trump's actions, I think, like the 50% tariffs on India, is driving places like India and Canada towards China because we got to deal with someone. We got to make trades and deals with someone. And if
and look,
it'll be China.
You have this major land block, all the way from India, Nepal, China, Russia. The Japanese said they're sick and tired. The Koreans like to wag their tail like a dog, right? The Koreans like to wag their tail. The Philippines, what can they do besides wag their tail? The Philippines is a colony, right? So these two countries, they're just going to be caught in the middle. But you have Russia, India, China, you have Nepal. Eventually, Pakistan wants to be part of the China-Russia bloc. That's what their dream,
I
right?
think you were trying to get
And right now, Pakistan is turning into America's bitch again. But let's see how this whole situation plays out. If the Gulf, if the Arab countries move towards Russia and China and India, okay, so you have the entire Asia. What is Thailand going to do? Thailand is going to continue to be a carnival land for white people to go fuck their little children and marry their women? What is Thailand going to do all isolated by itself? You're going to see the ASEAN move towards China.
What's Japan's relationship with India like right now?
Oh, excellent. Japan has historically always invested. Perhaps the largest foreign investor in India has always been Japan and Singapore. And Japan and India have decades and decades of good relations without any friction whatsoever. So Japan is squarely in the India bloc. Historically, culturally, and in the modern day context, Japan is firmly in the India bloc. The Indian Prime Minister visited Japan last week, and Japan said, okay, we're not going to send our trade minister to the U.S. anymore. We're done negotiating with the U.S. That trade deal that Japan supposedly signed with the U.S. is in the garbage can. There's no trade deal between Japan and the U.S. anymore. Japan said they're going to invest in India, and that trade deal
with Japan and the U.S. is in the garbage can. And it's just the Koreans will.
The U.S.
Koreans are right
the U.S. fashioned Japan after nuclear bombing it into the second biggest economy in the world, and today it remains the third biggest economy in the world. The idea that Japan is going to stop trading with the U.S. to me is
no. You're missing the socio-cultural context, El Normo. But what's going to happen, right? So I'm not going to get hung up on the Japan point. Japan is a smaller player in the larger scheme. But if you have an Asian bloc where the Arabs, okay, you already have Iran firmly in the Asian bloc, and you have the Arabs in the Gulf countries move into the Asian bloc, what is Europe going to do? Europe is also part of the old world. Is Europe going to, ditch the old world and play ball with the new world?
If they want to form BRICS, if they want to form another default world currency, if they want to try to defend the global commons, if they want to participate in the world financial system, which was created by England and then sustained by the United States and its allies, go right ahead. If they can come up with an alternative system, I say go for it. Let's see how you can do. No problem with that. U.S. is an economic giant, the biggest in history.
It's a fiat giant. America is a fiat giant of marketing.
What giant?
A fiat giant of marketing and branding. It's a fiat.
It's also a GDP giant.
Yeah, a GDP of fiat. Yes, it is, and a giant of servicing GDP debt. It's a giant of servicing GDP debt. More than 1/4 of your
service debt, but we also produce more than anybody by a 10 trillion.
30% of your taxpayer dollars go into servicing the debt every year.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And we're still the biggest economy in history by $10 trillion.
But you don't. Okay, if you want to use that as a measure of economy, you're understanding. So debt is sure. Debt is a measure of economy, but
not debt. GDP.
Okay, debt is a measure of boosting GDP, but how long is it sustainable for?
I'm saying
how long is it sustainable?
It's not sustainable. I'm saying GDP is a measure of an economy, not debt.
No, but debt boosts GDP at the end of the day. Okay, you increase debt, you increase borrowing, and you spend it on federal stimulus, you spend it on infrastructure, you spend it on subsidizing industries, right? You're boosting your GDP through debt. But how long is it sustainable?
I would say that we boost our GDP through productivity.
Yeah, but you leverage debt to boost productivity.
We do leverage debt. We do spend too much. There isn't any question about it.
Look, at the end of the day,
I think what you meant to say was revolutions in the mode of production create new relations that create more productivity.
Well, the two leaders in that are U.S. and China, and AI, and presumably India is right up there as a close third, or will be. And probably Japan.
You gotta get Israel to join China, Russia, and India.
Well, Israel has quietly always had decent relations with these countries, by the way. Although we're afraid of Russia because they're very anti-Semitic.
I mean, look, China has already gone in. They've bought up big fashion houses in France. They have bought up more than a third of Italy's banking system. 1/3 of Italy's financial system is owned by China. China has already bought up major industries in Europe. Okay, so you're going to say that Europe is suddenly going to go against this new Asian bloc which is forming, right? 10, 15.
They don't have to go against them. Europe is struggling right now. I mean, Europe's linked to the United. Look, Europe depends 100% for its defense on the United States. 100 is an exaggeration. 90%?
No, not even 90. I mean, look, you're grossly exaggerating your figures. You're grossly just.
Which figure?
You're aggrandizing. You're saying that Europe is entirely dependent or 90% dependent on the U.S. for defense.
Yeah, who's defending it?
Okay, so is America building the Rafale? Is America building the Scorpio submarines? Is America building the German tanks? Is America building the Eurofighter jets? Is America building the Gripen? Like, you know, Europe
I'm
has.
asking what's being built, and I'm telling you what the defense system is in place now. Including, by the way, we have 100,000 troops in Europe, and we have a whole we have battalions of tanks in Europe to defend against. What's that?
Look, if you haven't noticed, okay, so there's changes happening. Europe is building a 600 billion fund for indigenizing their defense industries, right?
Do that. Not just their industry. To build an industry is one thing, but they're far from being able to defend themselves. They've been demilitarized.
These 100,000 troops you're talking about, there's not gonna be 100,000 troops in 2035. There's not going to be 100,000 American troops over there in 2035.
I mean, you're making a prediction now, which is different than stating.
No, I'm talking about the trend. Like, this is the actual trend which is taking place right now. This is the way things are already in motion.
Yeah.
Right.
How many troops have been withdrawn?
Why would you predict against the trend?
Explain to me what trend you're referring to when you're talking about a drawdown of troops in Europe.
So, you know,
America, I mean, NATO defends Europe. You think that's not going to be true?
It's more complicated than that.
Okay.
Okay.
So you agree that NATO defends Europe?
No, I don't agree that NATO defends Europe.
Well, what do you think?
At the end of the day, what NATO does is NATO instigates wars. Okay, and they
against who?
Okay, so you've seen what happens in the Ukraine, right?
Wait a second. Who did NATO instigate a war against?
Yugoslavia, El Normo.
Say again, Sonny.
Yugoslavia, right? You know, NATO instigated
Yugoslavia.
No, NATO instigated conflict in the Yugoslavia. NATO instigated conflict in the Ukraine.
The Yugoslavia fell because of the Serbs. The Yugoslavia fell because of the
NATO
Serbs.
bombed Serbia for 92 days straight.
Was this under Clinton?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was after years and years of a war in Yugoslavia. That bombing stopped the war. That was the U.S. bombing, by the way, under Clinton, as I recall, and I give him credit for that because Bush was too afraid to do it.
Who has the most powerful army? Who has the most powerful army in Europe? What country?
The Russians.
Well, I don't know if you count Russia as Europe, but I think it might be Poland.
I'm not counting Russia as Europe. I'm counting Russia's.
I think it might be Poland. Is that Abby asking?
Yeah, I'm asking.
I think it might be Poland, but I'm not sure. Right now. They don't have big armies, by the way.
The most military.
It's probably France, because you know the French have built their own industrial complex. They don't rely on the EU. They don't collaborate. They build their own French indigenous technology. It's probably.
Yeah, but they're not viewed as a strong army. They usually retreat. I mean, just historically. You don't think Germany?
Germany is now starting to build up, but we've held them back all this time.
Right, we've held them back. So we're there in Germany, but the German manufacturing now in weapons has increased substantially.
I just looked it up. Italy and France within the European Union, not counting Russia, Italy and France have the largest standing armies. Wow. Ukraine second largest, Poland third largest.
And the UK is not considered part of the EU anymore, right?
Right.
They don't have a large army anymore.
Who?
The UK. The UK doesn't have a large army anymore.
Really? No shit, Sherlock. Is that Ewan? It's got to be Ewan. I knew it.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
It's going to take many decades. Europe has only recently made the decision that they're going to indigenize.
And so he, he left my room, blocked me, and did it. Why do you think of me and him? You guys are starting to realize. I I know he comes into Scotty's room all the time, right? But it's just a matter of time before you guys are gonna start hating his guts because he doesn't freaking add value to the conversation. All he does, cursing. The guy just come in, he'll curse, and that's it. Right? But anyways, wow, we got a whole bunch of aliens on here. What's up with the ocean? Anybody else want to come up? Come on up.
Three of them. You got hit. You know, before you ended your room, we had a whole bunch of bots. That was crazy. I was like, where do all these people come from? That's crazy. Well, I'm gonna mute up for a bit. I gotta go cook.
Okay, give me a second.
Give me a second. All right, I'll entertain you. Should I sing for you people? No, I'm horrible. Okay, what's the title? Is Israel destroying its own future in Gaza? Times to Israel. Let me read this.
Just 1 minute, hold on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna read the link you gave us. Yeah.
Anyways, it's a hot day today, and I'm about to watch a walk while I talk to you guys. Okay, it's hot as fuck.
How is it a hot day for you guys? You guys don't have a change of season. Like what's considered a change of season?
91 degrees, man.
Oh goodness.
91, 95 degrees, 100 degrees. That's freaking hot as fuck. And I don't know.
Oh, also said rainy season. Rainy season. Oh. Well, that's okay. Well, it's really nice weather. Fall weather, autumn weather here. I'm happy. It's actually been raining a lot, but we need it.
Apparently, what my neighbor did is that they rented one of those, those things that the kids get on there, they slide onto it, they fill up with water. What is it called? Jumper?
Water slide?
Yeah, water slide. Those you fill it up with air, you put water. You can rent those things, right, from a party store.
Yeah.
That's what that's what they usually do when it gets too hot. They'll have that in their front yard, and the kids are playing while they're partying. Barbecue, whatever.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yep. Even at the park, people are touched. Sunday, But anyways, I put the article in the chat. Apparently, we don't get enough rain as much as before. Ocean. We used to get lots of rain before, and then it wouldn't rain as much. That's why we had droughts in California. And now, slowly we're getting back together with the rainy season. But it all has to do with the climate control, the global environment. Anyways, going back to the news, this article that I posted in the chat, Netanyahu says Israel paying the price on world stage for war in Gaza, which is true. Despite PM's comment, cabinet delays discussion of plan to establish a new media office inside foreign ministry. Netanyahu disagree on the appointment mechanism. So there's a guy called Sar. His wife's name is Sarah. Please don't confuse the two. One is a wife, another one is this bitch at the work, They both crazy psychopath bitches. Anyways, we got Devin here as well. Devin, you seen your tweets? Those tweets are really, really bad. Like racist towards against the Black American community. And yeah, I'm gonna combine it together and I'm gonna post it on YouTube. Devin, you're gonna be famous. I'm gonna post it and share it with everybody in this app. What's up with you, Grace? How you doing today?
Very good, Amir. How are you?
I'm doing alright. What you been up to?
No, just had a brunch with my family. I'm currently in my mother's home and about to partake in more mimosas, get a haircut, and that's gonna be my Sunday today. Very relaxing this time.
She knows what you think about all of this shit. She knows that you don't really give two fucks about emotions.
She knows that I'm America first. I don't know exactly.
You're not America first, bro. You're not America first. You're just your own money first.
I mean, that might help people feel better, but I'm definitely America first.
Are you hiding behind the shield of America just so you can make extra dollars?
Either I got cut off or you got cut off. Something about hiding behind this sheet.
No, I said, are you using America as a shield to sort of like say you're America first? It's, you know, you're not. You're all about the money.
Well, no, that would imply I have skin in the game. Israel and Palestine, but no, I'm definitely in my career. So it's definitely not just a money thing. Although it does help, I'm not gonna lie. But no, there's many. Might have got cut off. If I get cut off, I'll be bad this second here.
Yeah, you got cut off, man. You know, you don't have proper 5G. You know, place where you stay, it's a lot of.
That's 5G.
There's a lot of those things. You know, those things flying in the air.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, for security reasons, they'll even jam the fucking signal.
Talking about Clubhouse or in general?
I'm talking about where you live close to it, you know, like because you live right across the street from the place where they fly airplanes, correct?
Yeah, I'm maybe 5 minutes away from the LA Air Force Base.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that occasionally happens.
Because I've been to the airport, I don't know, probably more than 1,000 times because, you know, you got a car rental business, right? So a lot of peak customers will fly in and they'll need a car.
Oh, I see. That's an interesting business in here.
It is, and do you know that a lot of car rental businesses, they actually make money off insurance claims. They don't make money on fucking rent. The rent is just bullshit.
So would you consider yourself part of that type of, I guess, structure?
Somewhat. Some yes, some no. I mean, but the residual income is good as well. You get monthly income, you know. It depends on the car, type of car.
So wait, are you a private, I mean, or do you work for like the major ones?
Yeah, we're private. We rent it out to Uber and Lyft drivers. We used to do it to public.
Is it through Turo or something else entirely?
No, that's something else.
Is there a lot of competition?
To rent it out to Uber and Lyft drivers, they're always in need of a car because of the you know, they tend to keep the car longer. Competition, yes, there's competition. But you know, everybody makes a little bit of money. There's a lot of people in California.
Are you, whatever you're comfortable disclosing, you work for yourself, employees as well, helping you out with this endeavor?
Yeah. There's people up there that are helping. So myself, I'm in the process of moving out. You know what I'm saying? I might be moving to the East Coast.
Oh,
so
moving out entirely, not just having another enterprise.
I'm not going to be in California. Yeah, I'm not going to be in California. So, you know, I just gotta go look after my parents and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's better. Well, I hope before you go, you'll take me up that offer and let me take you out for lunch.
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Thank you.
I know. The offer's still there.
Yeah, you're dangerous, man. You're dangerous, Chris.
Believe me, I'm not. I'm a soft.
You're dangerous. This type of thinking is very dangerous, man.
It's not that bad. It's not as intimidating as I make it sound.
I mean,
You're American, Amir. So as far as I'm concerned,
I know, but
I'm looking out for your interests too.
I know, but when I just don't get it. When you bleed and I bleed, it's the same fucking color of blood, red. How could somebody think like the way you think and somebody think like me? I don't know. One is pro-humanity, one is pro-humanity, one money first or America first or America's interest first to kill whatever it needs to kill. Forget it, man.
Isn't that a little bit beautiful? It's the same. Amazing how our different life paths lead us in different directions, and our own belief and convictions point us and develop our personality so differently. I mean, I think it's a little bit beautiful, frankly. But I promise, Amir. I mean, whatever my word means to you, it's probably nothing. I would enjoy taking you out for lunch.
No, I get it. Thank you. Thank you for the offer. Appreciate it. So tomorrow, America says you got to go to Palestine. I mean, we need to use your whatever weapon or whatever. You know, we need to do what we need to do in Palestine or Iran. You'd be like, here, you can have it.
Yes.
What is it called? So you'll be in the right, probably, right, Chris?
If I believed it was in the interest of the U.S., yes. But for the most part, you know, I don't really have that much of a say as I make it.
Okay, during that interest, let's say it's in America's interest, but at the same time, America will be using your stuff to kill people.
If it's for the interest of the U.S., I'd be honored.
But what about innocent people that are gonna die?
Necessary evil. It's a horrible thing, but it's necessary.
But how could you say it in the same breath? It's evil, and then you're still going to be supplying the weapons. This is the part that
evil.
It
Sometimes
bothers me
we
too
do
much.
things we don't want to do.
Oh.
I've done many things that
I know.
I'm assuming in business, Amir, you've had to do some things that you don't want to do either.
I did, but I didn't do this type of shit where you're at fault of killing. It's like you're responsible for it. Your shit is responsible for killing people. I sold cigarettes. Look, I sold cigarettes. I've sold cigarettes, but cigarettes, it's by choice, right? People come in, they want to smoke. Okay, it's up to you. But the business you're involved in, right? America says to move right, and here use the weaponry and kill people in Israel, in Iran or in Palestine, or
It's not
like, okay, here because it's America's interest.
Planning to use it for, but I'm not telling them how to use it for that purpose. So it's a
but
little
they
bit
are
different.
going to use it for that purpose.
Cigarettes, you're not telling them anything. You know how they use it. They can trash it the minute they buy it, for all you care. And same thing for me. But I do believe in the policy that the U.S. has.
What is that policy again?
No, it's just Sister Santos. Chris has no emotion, man. You know what I'm saying? So,
I have the capacity to love Amir. Believe me, I do.
So if he wants to, let's say if America tomorrow says we're going to war, we're going to kill innocent people, whatever, right? He knows they're going to, if he's going to use this, America's going to use his, stuff to kill people. He knows it in the back of his head, but, he'd be like, yeah, it's okay. I feel bad, but, I'm still going to give you the weapons.
Wait, so he created a technology?
Whatever he has,
But
what did he create, Grace?
Like, I feel bad for the innocents that die as collateral or necessary.
Grace, just say you don't give a fuck, because I hear you. I read through bullshit real quick. You don't give a fuck.
Very good. Oh, hey, cheers. All right, gotta go. Nice talking to both of y'all. I'll be back in maybe a few hours.
No problem. Yep. Anyways, Mr. Chico's here. Anybody, what's up, Omar and Owner? Everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, Josh and Beatrix and whatnot.
I got a couple updates.
Sure, go.
So there's a statement from Hamas about the negotiations. And then there's the flotilla news. Which one do you guys want to hear about first?
Yeah, whatever. Just the ceasefire thing, sure, go on.
Okay, breaking. This is 30 minutes ago. Hamas in a press statement. Through intermediaries, we have received some proposals from the U.S. side aimed at reaching a ceasefire. On this occasion, Hamas welcomes any initiative. The movement confirms that it is ready to immediately sit down at the negotiating table to discuss the release of all captives in exchange for a clear declaration ending the war, full withdrawal from Gaza, and the formation of a committee to govern the Gaza Strip, with independent Palestinians assuming their duties immediately. They also mentioned that part of this deal is that Israel has to publicly act this agreement to, prevent any previous experiences of agreements being rejected or overturned. Most recently, the proposal presented by intermediaries to Hamas based on a U.S. suggestion.
Yeah, but hey, what's up, Shane? But in the times of Israel, I'll give you one example. Let's see. Trump issues last warning to Hamas to accept Gaza deal. Group says it's ready to talk. U.S. President asserts Israel has agreed to offer. What the fuck is the offer? Is Israel offering the shit? This is Hamas's offer, right?
Yeah.
Israel ain't offering shit.
No, I don't think Israel, because Israel's stated goals were to defeat Hamas. Hamas' stated goals are an end to the war and a full withdrawal for a permanent ceasefire. They never said anything about giving up weapons or Hamas leaving or giving up to being arrested or anything like that. But Hamas does, if you read between the lines, they are saying they agree to a formation of a committee to govern the Gaza Strip, meaning they don't care about governing it anymore. Or that's not a prerequisite for them. So, is this Israel losing in a way? It's not winning for them.
Yeah, but so Israel hasn't made any statement related to the deal, right? They didn't agree to it?
No, not that I see.
Yeah. Anyways, what's up with your shape?
What's going on?
You good?
The only way a deal's going to happen is if both sides can spin that they won. This sounds close.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dior? Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, Godluck. Is it Godluck? Godluck? You guys gonna come up and Ainen? That's probably John Kitover. I think we're gonna have to have a break again. This is because of this. Anyways, every time we have a break, runs away. What I was saying was ceasefire. Hamas would be, they would offer any kind of deal, but at the end of the day, it needs to be accepted by Israel. Otherwise, this ain't gonna go anywhere. But the Israeli deal, the problem with Netanyahu is he needs to stay in power. The Zionist entity thrives off wars. It thrives off blood. That's what it's all about. He doesn't want peace, because then they're gonna start fighting each other inside this place called Israel. So Trump coming out with this stupid statement, but then Netanyahu didn't agree to the deal. How the fuck is Trump making the stupid statement, man? Such a dumbass fuck.
Well, to be fair, Trump just says whatever. He literally just says whatever. But, Josh, did you say something else? There was something else that you were going to say?
The flotilla has arrived in Tunis, my other hometown. Very proud of my people. I think they're picking up another 20 boats. And yeah, so I think it's over 60 boats at this point that will be heading towards Gaza. And I don't see how they're going to stop that unless if they kill a bunch of innocent people.
Or they just arrest them again, like they did last time. But it looks really bad whenever they do that.
That was one boat, though, with 20 people on it. This is 40 to 50 boats. 60 maybe even. I'm not sure the exact count.
Yeah, but I think they still, even with that number, because I mean, like, let's say they let them land or something. Maybe, I don't know, try to distribute aid, but they're still gonna find them and try to, what is it called? I mean, arrest, but you know what I'm saying? I feel like they could do it, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Really? Because they're outstretching themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, I was
they hardly have, yeah, no problem. They have to control the West Bank before those checkpoints. What is it, 900 and something? Then they got IDF soldiers in the Gaza Strip. They got IDF soldiers inside of Israel. They're not a huge society, you know? So they're outstretching themselves. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, but the idea.
Begin to be worried about society's ability to function if you took the not necessarily the faith out of it, but the rules that religion had imposed on people out of it. And I think that's kind of an interesting idea. As I was studying for this session a little bit, I've been reading kind of widely, a little too scattered, but it strikes me that as we have evolved, particularly in the last 20 years, 30 years, we do not have a common understanding of the world or a common understanding of what is real. And I think that's a real concern. And I think the to get to the topic of the room, I think that the founders never imagined the internet. And if we do not get control somehow of how to utilize this technology for all of our benefits, I fear that the people who want to use it for evil will win. Any thoughts on any of that?
Wow, brain trust, the brain
So
trust.
Madison had this saying that he thought one of the strengths of America would be the speed at which information traveled, which in the 18th and 19th century was relatively slow until you got to the telegraph. And so in Madison's mind, it was a way for people to sort through issues in a extended amount of time so that the first impression was not all that they gave. The internet, at least in my point of view, is prefaced on people's first impression of a subject. And that's what they're expected to go with. And that's what the internet motivates you to go with, I should say. And so messages go back and forth in a lightning speed in which we don't really seriously consider the ideas. We rank them up and put them in a list and then put them in a box to make sense of them, but we don't think about the concepts in the same way Madison anticipated. And his point was it allowed people to be more reasoned. So I think the internet, while very beneficial for humankind, it pushes this reflexive first idea, which is based on an impression and not based on what one knows. It's based on what they feel or what they see.
Yeah. I think that's right. This UI is just really something. Yes, you have control of the chat, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Macro said something funny. I have to say, he says that it's fine as long as we don't have Trump's face on Mount Rushmore.
Oh God, That would be awful. Yeah. I really wonder if there is a chance that across the parties, across Democrat and Republican, conservative and liberal, we can come to some common ideas about how to update the Constitution and make it more relevant to today. And I think that would involve some thoughts on the Second Amendment and the First Amendment. And I think it would involve some thoughts on our political process. Any thoughts about that? Pretty clear that the Founding Fathers never imagined a machine gun. And Marshall, you may know more about it.
I was going to say, believe it or not, they actually did. There was a gun designed by a British naval gun maker named Knock, and it was a 6-barreled volley gun, which was one of the first machine guns of its time. They also anticipated being able to reach out and touch. The average gun was a musket sweep bore, probably a Brown Bess Land or C pattern, which just refers to the British model. And it could shoot roughly 50 yards with any kind of accuracy. A Kentucky long rifle, which was a flintlock just like the muskets, could touch 400, 500, 550 yards out. In fact, one of the key pieces of the Revolutionary War was how big a role the sharpshooters actually played. I think what they may not have envisioned is the split in the way people think of guns. And this is just a generalization. It's a generalization for the state of Texas, so I can't apply it to the entire nation. But in Texas, there are two kinds of gun owners. There's the gun owner that's in the city and considers his gun an appendage, or as my grandmother would say, like a dime store cowboy. Like, hey, I need to walk around with it, and I need people to see that I have it, versus like, hey, I've got a gun, it's concealed, nobody needs to know that I have it. Nobody ever needs to know I'm carrying a gun, period. Versus a country model, which is guns can be fun, but they are primarily tools to accomplish a mission, which does not often involve killing other people. It's usually a hunting or a game management issue. But I do agree with you that the founders probably would have put in some safety course or something along those lines. Cities during the colonial period had gun regulations. Towns in the Old West, when cowboys came in, you had to, in a lot of places, check your gun with the sheriff because alcohol and guns is a deadly combination. So there is as much room in the American tradition for regulation as there is for holding, any kind of firearm up to what the National Firearm Act prohibits. So they seem to work in tandem. One of the most interesting pieces, for example, about the Second Amendment was that it ended up getting ratified for two main purposes. One was because the cities in the northern part of the country had been occupied by British forces and they didn't have the ability to resist. In the South, at least 2/3 of the planters were impressed by a rebellion in Haiti, a slave rebellion in Haiti, in which they got guns and hung the masters by their toes. So some of the argument refers to this, hey, we need to be able to defend ourselves against our slaves. And then about 1/3 were like, no, you just, you need guns for frontier reasons. Which, the 1/3 basically involved the people that lived on the edge of the colonies, essentially. That's all the way to say that it's not clean cut. So, for example, take a militia. A militia, if you're using it in the English context, not the German context, relies upon people bringing their own weaponry unless the town itself actually has the money. It's derived from a British system known as a fjord from the 8th to the 10th centuries. And a fjord was like the gathering of the town, like the folk, and they would bring their own weaponry. So
it's not as clean cut in the regulation direction, and it's not as clean cut in the ownership direction. It's a complicated subject with a complicated history, and in many places throughout our growing as a country, there were regulations about not having guns, while in some places there were no regulations about guns. It up until the 20th century seemed to be sort of a patchwork of ideas that were not necessarily regulated at the state level. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a Second Amendment case that doesn't involve either the National Firearms Act or the more recent discussions in, say, like Bruin or Heller, or New York Rifle and Pistol Association v. New York. The modern interpretation of gun rights, at least as I understand it, gets its roots from D.C. v. Heller, which D.C. v. Heller cites a bunch of other cases, which I can't recall at the moment. But that's essentially like where they sat. And I think the slave piece is important just so people know. But we do a poor job in our country of telling the entire story.
We do a terrible job of telling the entire story, and I think, unfortunately, it's hard to interest people in learning the entire story. As I read about this in a modern context, it's scary to me. It's absolutely I can only read about it for so long before I have to tune out, because so many of the things that I knew in my youth are no longer really true. Whether we're talking about guns, whether we're talking about vaccines, whether we're talking about trade, all of these ideas that were in the Constitution were based on a world where travel was not so simple, so fast, so incredibly easy. And I really think we need to, when we talk about originalist versus a living document, we need to come to an agreement among the consent of the governed about updating how we're going to deal with the fast changing environment. And, we had these sessions a couple of months ago about democracy versus republic, which were very stimulating to me, because I had always thought of it more in a national sense and hadn't really considered the local sense. But when you think about a lot of the problems we have right now, whether it's vaccine mandates or whether it's Trump bringing National Guard, it's conflating the boundaries between a local municipality and a national government. Any thoughts on that?
I have one. This is Jim.
Go ahead, Jim.
I didn't, I actually learned about Posse Comitatus from a movie. And, I never really understood it well, and still to this day, obviously don't, because I don't understand how so easily they're bringing military into our cities. And then I pointed out in another room, and they keep saying, the blue cities, and it is, because like Orlando, Florida, somebody did some research for me and looked it up the other day while we were in a room, that Orlando's higher crime rate is higher than New York's, Chicago's, LA's, whatever, but it's in Florida. And they're not going anywhere near Orlando with National Guard. But, the other thing I want to point out real quick while I'm thinking is, guns, for instance, and things like that. I take the train a lot, I take the bus a lot. And, plane regulation is so strict. But, right now, unless you are a driver or engineer, you can get on a train or a bus pretty much with anything you want. They occasionally, when there's something happens for a little while, they have some inspection, but basically for the last 3 or 4 years, there's been times where I've been on trains and buses where I felt anxious because and they actually tout in their advertisement, you just walk on, that there's no one checks anything. So it's kind of interesting. Anyway,
that's really fascinating. I hadn't thought about that, but the difference between obviously the risk in a plane where we have all of these inspections and the risk of getting on a bus or a train. And I got in Portland about 4 months ago. I got on the subway system, and these two people almost got in a fight right in the car where I was. And they did have a security person on board, but that is such a fascinating point. And you hate to think that we're going to have to put that kind of security into all travel, but that is a really interesting point, Jim. Although go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting that you said Orlando. If anything, I would think that would actually be another opportunity, because Orlando is like deep blue. It's where Ron DeSantis had his war with Disney. So, I mean, that's surprising that Trump would not take that opportunity to try and go and, try to have ICE go and do mass raids down in Orlando, if he could. So, I mean, I would like to. It's interesting.
What people don't realize though about Orlando and Disney, I worked for Disney for 4.5 years. Disney is kind of its own little world of 43,000 square acres. Now, Universal is in the middle of Scary Town. I'll just call it that. Even when I was a kid, International Drive, all that, you didn't go down there after dark. And I helped a friend transition into a nursing home and was there for 1.5 years a couple of years ago. And I mean, you go into a convenience store and there's actual tables and chairs out there with dealers and pimps and everything out there. Hey, I got what you want, or you want to make a deal. There's people with firearms, I'm told, because I'm blind, but, firearms, right there. And there's lots of gold, lots of cash around. And it's just all over that probably 3 or 4 mile square area, kind of around SeaWorld, Universal, that whole area outside those parks. But Disney is another 10, 15 miles away, kind of still in the middle of nowhere. It's still up to a little bit around there toward Kissimmee, which is the next community south. But Orlando proper, you want to be careful traveling around much of Orlando proper. My partner and I went by my elementary school 10 years ago, and he said, "You went to school here?" He said, "Jim, this place is scary." And I said, "Well, it used to be the historic district." And I lived in Winter Park and was bussed in, which, doesn't mean that's historic too. But it's Orlando, though, if any place is calling out for needing some help, if you follow, like I follow WESH, their local NBC affiliate, and I hear about murders and shootings and robberies like all the time. I have to turn off notifications because there's so many. I'll shut up now.
Christina, I invited you specifically because I'm a little concerned that we are getting a little too heavily male. And one of the things that's clear is that when the original Constitution was written, it didn't include women. It sure does now. And I want to know what you think.
This is potentially controversial, but I think that it was a great system when it was originally designed for the purposes it was designed for, but 250 or however many years later it is, we have so much that's changed. The advancement of science, of technology, including AI, all of these different things, how we've previously done things, we can't operate that way anymore. And I almost think that we need a more fluid, constantly evolving form of governing, but this is antithetical to the way that we've previously done things. Because if we continue to operate the way we've done things, it's easier and faster for those who want to upset the systems to find loopholes or find ways to, for example, you have a chessboard, there are certain rules of how each piece moves, and that's how government has been done. But you include technology, social media, AI, etc., rapid advancement of science. Now we can use the psychology, the biology of how humans operate individually and collectively. We can expand that chessboard to include the lay of the land that's so much broader. But if some people are still only operating within the framework of the board, then you can't necessarily address all of these other loopholes. But if you create systems that also incorporate our humanness, and create systems that evolve and flow and are constantly evolving and counting for the tendencies of humans for good and bad, then we can't necessarily like quote unquote plug the holes or create pathways. The imagery that comes to mind, water flows where it has space to flow, right? If you create pathways in the directions you want things to move and how humans do our tendencies, then we flow in that direction. And if we can build for and adapting for our humanness, because I'm already seeing it from scammers to how this election went to how government's being run, it's influencing emotions, perceptions, our thinking. It's really tapping into our humanness and weaponizing it against us, but we haven't built an infrastructure that leans into that in a positive way. And also not just positive, but like accounting for positives and negatives. And I think a lot of other cultures throughout time, let alone other cultures on the planet currently, have done things differently. And so we've got resources we can look at, just a matter of creating new ways of doing it. So, but like the point A to point B path, is potentially a massive undertaking, and also in a hyper individualistic environment means trying to do something that is more relational is counter to it, and there's a lot of resistance to the idea. So
we just say quickly, like what Christine's saying about the system being outdated. The only thing that's fixed about the system, and it's actually not even fixed because this can change. The only thing that's fixed about the system is the fact that it takes broad consensus to change it, right? We could change the Constitution to say that no one can wear blue shirts anywhere in the country, right? I mean, we could change it. We could illegalize. We could make voting illegal. We could make, the system is pretty changeable, with the exception of, and this is changeable too, but the funny thing is it takes broad consensus to change it, right? So, I mean, no, we could say that broad consensus is a bad idea. I'm amenable to that idea, right? And this is how Westminster parliamentary systems work, right? I mean, anything can basically be changed with 50.1%, right? And that might be, but really, I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Ultimately, anything in the system, it can be changed. It just requires 2/3 majorities to make systemic change.
2/3 and 3/4.
2/3 and 3/4 to amend the Constitution, right? And other than that, I mean, so really we're saying in a democratic system, do we want everything to be 50.1, 50+1 kind of thing, or should some things require broad consensus?
So I
This is a good question, Scott.
I have just a quick question. Since we've been talking about the big ideas and the need to change systems, I was hoping we could then do a 10,000-foot view. Like, if you could change 3 things in the Constitution, whether it's part of the amendment process, whether it's a specific part of Article 2, Article 1, Article 3, or whether it's taking away some amendments or adding more amendments, what when you say we should change, what are 3 of the changes that come most presently to your mind?
This is great. Actually, I think that's a great question. Christina, before it gets away, you raised something, and Scott added to it, that I really think is worthy of discussion, which is pretexting. And I will respond to Marshall's thing as an example of how we can maybe talk about this. I have had twice in my life insurance licenses, and it's very clear in insurance that you are not allowed to pretext in any way. You're never allowed to pretend you're someone else. And I think the conflation of entertainment and politics is a dangerous place. And I'm not sure how to draw the line exactly, but I'm excited by the quality of this discussion versus what usually goes on Clubhouse. And I think it does show there is a hunger for some genuine discussion without it being all about entertainment. So I'm sorry, I'm rambling. To get to Marshall's question, I would, number one, make pretexting in any government sense illegal, and that would mean using bots on the internet. It would mean any kind of phone, auto, where they have auto dialers and it pretends to be a human. It would be any time that a machine pretends to be a human being. I would love to see that be illegal. The other two I would get to immediately would be, I think FDR had a really good idea. It was called his core packing scheme, but I think we needed to talk about some kind of term limits on the Supreme Court or some way of controlling that. And then, of course, I think obviously we have to do something about the Second Amendment or we're just going to all be in trouble.
Christina, what do you think? The question was directed at the stage, but I'm very curious of your particular view.
I'm still back a few comments, and so I wanted to perhaps clarify or elaborate.
Yes, please, before you get to mine, please clarify. I don't know.
So I hear your point, Scott, about how we just need to have the certain percentage or fraction to make the change. But what I'm trying to highlight is that that's within the framework of the chessboard. But if we look at the legal ways that humans can be influenced outside of that, we know from the Social Dilemma documentary, we know from various books, from various former employees who work at Meta, for example, we know at different studies in Scotland and Australia, looking at all social platforms and algorithms and how they've been pointed, they pay attention to how long we pause on things, what we click on, what we like, what we follow, what our city or location is, what our gender is. They pay attention to all of this and begin to use it against us. And we think, because they tell us, that we have choice. If you have a government system that is according to how it's been done in the past, but you are now influencing all of these other factors and many more that I didn't mention in human perception, you can stack the deck. So then you can get who you want into office, and you can stack each separate branch, and then it becomes a completely different game beyond the scope of, because we've got the additional science and the additional tech, and we've got different people with their own agendas, but they're temporarily aligned. And if we don't account for all of these complexities, and we continue to use the system that was complex and great for the past, but is not complex enough for the complexities of today, it's like setting up a mill in a village way back. There were only so many factors you had to consider: resources to build it, where it would go, accessibility for people to come and use the mill, who was going to work it, etc. Right? When you create something today, it is a far more complex world. So there's so many more things to consider. And so, if we use government the way it was, and we just need the certain percentage in order to make changes, it's not enough, because people will find other mechanisms to still, quote unquote, legally go about doing government while it's really stacked, and it's not really about doing.
Then, Christine, you get to the point where there's a third option, right? We can either go to make systemic change, right? We either need a sort of a broad coalition, as Marshall said, 2/3 and 3/4 majorities, or we say no, we want just 50+1. Or the third thing is that the deck is so stacked that violence and revolution is the only option, right? That we need a violent revolution, and the people that have the power to do that tech sort of stuff need to be disposed of, right? I mean, and that's going to have to be done violently, right? I mean, if they have as much power as you say they do, there's no way that influence can be broken outside of revolutionary violence. I just don't see how it could be done.
I mean, I'll just say there are nonviolent. It depending on who is working together. I'll just say I don't want to.
Yeah, no. I was just hoping you'd refocus on the question I asked. When you're talking about change to the governing system, what are three things that appear in your mind? like 3 examples that you have when you think of that.
I don't approach it that way. I approach it from the ground up, looking at human tendencies from our biology, our neurowiring, to the stories we tell ourselves, and also recognizing the patterns of when we follow those stories and when we operate against them, and trying to create new systems that account for those. Once I come up with something like that, I'll dial it back and perhaps plug it in, but I don't approach it in the way that. So
Christina,
long story short, on the fly, I can't give you precise answers. I mean, we could say take money out. We could say term limits.
Well, let me give
What do you think about
if I
eliminating?
let me give you some examples. Abolish the Second Amendment. Make nationalized health care a constitutional right, and make education a constitutional right. Are those things you might support?
I think it's too complex to just say yes or no to that.
I mean, here though is the issue. The 30 to 50,000 foot view is great. Changing systems is important. But if we don't really think about how we're going to change them, then we wind up with this idea of a needed change with no map to get there. And I'm not saying you're not providing a map. I'm saying oftentimes when the conversation stays at the 50,000 foot level, it stays on systems, and we don't end up getting realistic ideas of what we might do to influence the government to get to that place. I think Scott was right. You have 3 ways to change this: revolutionary violence, either 50 plus 1% if you would like a direct democracy like the Athenians had, for example, or direct democracy, or you do what we have now, which is 2/3 of the House and the Senate and 3/4 of the states. The benefit to the system, the way that it works, is the last constitutional amendment was done in my lifetime. I haven't seen, the ERA is the only thing I can think of that had a really robust movement behind it that didn't get made an amendment in my lifetime. That's important because maybe the amendment process is a place to start. I work in campaign politics, so I love the 50,000 foot view because it's interesting, but my mind automatically programs down to the 10,000 foot view. Like, what does this look like for everyday people? That kind of thing. I'm not saying you have to have an answer to it. I'm just explaining my thought process.
Oh, I've got them, but this wasn't the focus of the conversation, and I didn't want to monopolize it by giving you my well thought out TED talk of how I would do this, because that's not where we're talking.
No worries.
Yeah, sorry. You're
okay.
Christina, what do you think about addressing the issue of pretexting? Of really, I know it's a little abstract, but you make the same point that I was trying to make, that somehow we've lost control of information, which means it's very hard for us to have a common conversation. And there's really very little legislation about it, except in insurance, that where I'm aware of it, or financial markets. What do you think about that?
I'm torn on it, frankly, because I think the idea of universal understanding was a myth we told ourselves, and now that myth has been busted. The more we have conversations with people of different perspectives, whether locally or globally, I can also understand the need for having some cohesion of language, idea, culture, etc. But at the same time, the idea of codifying it, whatever, making it like legitimate in some way feels really dangerous. And so, like, I don't know what the answer is to that, but I think it would be an interesting thought.
Interesting. Anybody else want to respond to Marshall's question about 3 things that you would like to see addressed in the Constitution now?
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. In the Constitution, I think one of the things, like, it's interesting. This is voting rights has changed. Like, it's in the early days of the country, you had like where it was just the delegates who voted, and a lot of them, the voting was restricted in many states to only people who had property, and that expanded eventually to it's one of the reasons the Democratic Party became, in its early days, became very prominent, was because of expansion of voting rights for the white man, particularly. So it expanded, the voting rights. But I think it's interesting, though. You've had the recent thing with Trump, suing California for doing what Texas did with redrawing the district map. So granted, people will say, it's like California has their own laws. I don't know. To me, it's like, yeah, if you want to argue it's illegal. My thing is, I think Gavin Newsom at least gave people, the voice by putting it into a ballot measure, but that's aside from the point. I think that this issue right now, where it's essentially, to me, it seems like this, sort of gerrymandering is, clearly a power grab. Neither person likes it when their vote is being taken away because one party is redrawing maps to, cancel their vote for their favor. I think that everybody doesn't like that. And so, and they've done it in my state, and granted, my home state, and they've also done it in Illinois. And I think this is something that I think, needs to, be addressed as well. That's just what I have to, my 2 cents on that.
What I think is interesting is if we were like Australia, where you have to vote, kind of like taxes and jury selection and stuff like that. I would think it would be a lot more interesting to see how elections would go if voting was mandatory, unless you could declare, some kind of reason, same type of way you would be able to serve on a jury. We fought for the right to be able to vote. And people, not even, what did they say last time? It was 40% of the electorate actually voted, and that's
something like that.
I just wonder what it would look like if everybody had.
Scott, what do you think about that? What about if we made voting a mandatory requirement of citizenship? What do you think about that?
About less people voting. That would be better. I think I'd like to have a basic citizenship test where you had to understand the system, akin to like the test you have to take to be a citizen. That would be a great idea.
Instead of considering your right to vote, like
that is not a right. That is not a right, Scott.
Scott, you mean
What's
like the lady that signed her dogs up to vote? That they just
there was a lady that signed her dogs up to vote.
I mean, what I'm saying is everybody.
Or the people that register to vote at the DMV that aren't citizens.
No, what I'm saying is you should have to have your. My argument is you should have to pass to vote. You should have to pass the same tests that immigrants have to pass. Like my friend took it a couple years ago. He was showing me the questions. Like the basic civics test you have to pass to become a naturalized citizen. You should have to pass that to vote.
I got a better one for you, Scott.
That sounds fascist and wacky, but I'm for it.
No, did you see the test? I have to send this to you. That they gave students in, I think it was 5th grade in the 20s. And
no, but I want to see that.
Unbelievable if you can try to get 50% of it, and I doubt you will. It's incredibly difficult, and it was the average test for it's either a 5th grader or a 7th grader in the mid-20s. It's amazing what we used to know.
So Abby, you are in favor, if I hear you right, I'm putting words in your mouth intentionally, of some kind of testing for people to have the right to vote. Is that fair?
No, I'm in favor of people teaching civics again in school. I'm in favor. And this app, if it's taught me anything in the 4 years I've been on it, is how incredibly ignorant American citizens are of civics. And they used to teach it when I went to school in early grades. And it's incredible just the basis of how our government is established, our branches of government, who's responsible for what. I would make every American go to visit Independence Hall and like see where it was born and why it was born. I mean, just in the chat now, people saying do not have equal representation from the smaller states. And people don't, I think, even understand how we formed as a union and why we had to give equal representation to all the original states. We would never have been a nation. Thank you, Marshall. But you would know that if you took freaking civics. But it's extraordinary to me.
It's specifically the Virginia and New Jersey plans, right? The Virginia plan was prefaced on popular vote and proportionality to population. The New Jersey plan was premised on a place where the small states were equal to the large states like Pennsylvania and New York.
And Georgia coming in. I mean,
yes, ma'am.
So there's so much to it. But Alan, to answer your original question, the first thing I put in the chat is I would get rid of the pardon, the presidential pardon. It makes no sense in today's environment. It didn't make sense once we formed branches of government and we created checks and balances. It made sense in feudal England, where there wasn't ability to have a check and balance, and the monarch or the fiefdom, the lord had to get involved and have that right to pardon. But it makes no sense to me, and I think it's divisive. So that would be the first thing.
I am thrilled to hear that. You and I agree. Absolutely agree on that. I completely agree. I am so thrilled.
I say that, although I question how I would have felt as a citizen if we went through a trial for Nixon, like whether Ford did the right thing when he pardoned him. So maybe maybe there's some form, but not. I would amend the Constitution to get rid of it. But that's the one time I understood it. But that's about it.
Well, that is such a great example because I actually lived through that, and I suspect you're younger than I am.
Oh, I lived through it too. We're the same age, I think.
The other thing is the president has the right to declassify anything. So if Donnie has a moment and I go up to him and ask him where the most dangerous things in the United States are, he can tell me, and it's legal for him to tell me.
Well, to get back to this with Abby, I think that at the time I thought Ford pardoning Nixon was brilliant. In retrospect, I think it was unfortunate because it set this incredible precedent that there is no punishment for bad behavior. And if there is one thing wrong with our culture right now, I think the idea that we can't agree on what is worthy of punishment, what is worthy of dealing with bad behavior is a real problem.
Alan, I'm on the total opposite side.
We're on the same page with this, Alan, and I think we've seen abuses of the pardon. I mean, and not getting political, left or right, but all parties have abused it, and I think it doesn't make historical sense. It made sense in feudal England. It just does not make sense now.
I am on the opposite side. In the Federalist Papers, they call it the benign prerogative. My theology is at the heart of it is a monergism of grace. I love public acts of extravagant mercy, and I think more pardons the better. I love pardoning. I love when people get pardoned.
You sound like you're so Christian, Scott. Quit being so Christian.
Exactly. This is total. This is 16th century antinomian Lutheran Christianity, and I love pardoning.
Well, actually, I think I don't even know how to respond to that, Scott.
And I will take those two Jewish rebukes seriously, though.
No, we're an eye for an eye, Scott. Sorry about that.
Exactly. And one of these is my rabbi down there.
Yeah. You mean literally, Abby, when you say eye for an eye?
I'm just quoting the Old Testament. We're playing with Scott.
It's one of my two favorite testaments. One of my two favorite testaments, like Trump. I'm 50-50.
Oh, Jesus.
No, but seriously, the reason I said what I said about declassification is he had an operation going in Mar-a-Lago in his party room while we were having, a military act overseas. And anybody in the club that just happened to walk in the room while everything was going on and decisions were being made, the situation room was going on right there. And I just don't see how, in any sense of anything, how that could or ever should be constitutional. And I'm sure
We
that's not
agree
what
with
they're-
you. I think we agree with you. Denise, you've been very quiet. I would love to know what you think.
Yeah, I think that to make any changes, I think everything has to be on the table, and that's very uncomfortable for the average American, because we tend to romanticize the origin story, ignoring the fact that so many of our laws, our policies, our structures were predicated and built upon slavery. They were built with immoral baseline intentions. And so I think that this idea of anything being a sacred cow would have to come off the table. And so for me, what the first thing I would do is we have to create a structural ability to revisit truth. Right? We have to hold people accountable for rampant deception, because it doesn't matter. You can't have a democracy if you have such complete misleading, especially in this technological environment. The ability to kind of manipulate a poorly educated populace has reached a level unlike anything. I don't think there's a relevant example in recent modern history. And so to me, like, the focus would be fairness doctrine, increasing libel laws. You can talk, but you better have some backup for what you're saying. I would get rid of partisan news. I know that sounds crazy. You can't use the word news if you're going to be partisan. I bring back the fairness doctrine of the 80s, that you got to have both sides on and you talk about the topic and you're not framing the discussion. You are presenting different opinions. I think until you figure out how to get some kind of common set of facts, your democracy is doomed.
Boy, I couldn't agree with you more.
Unfortunately,
Go ahead,
Denise, the news isn't reported. It's not viewed the same way it was viewed in the 80s. The ratings for people watching news the way we watched it in the 80s has changed. People, stations will get by with a 2.4 or lucky 3 on an evening on news viewing, when it used to be a 12 or a 15 share for each network. So in order to accomplish what you're saying, and I agree with you, I used to like to hear when they had the opinion piece at the end of the nightly news and they said, this is our opinion, and they don't do that anymore. But you have such a change in how the media is generally and how people receive news, that I don't know how you harness that. If you had 3 networks like we had originally, you could, or even with the 2 big cables when they came in, but I don't see how you harness that now.
I mean, I think you do it the way they did it. Yeah, like, I think if you make, for example, take Candace Owens being sued by the Macrons for saying, that she's a trans, like, you cannot say things that are not true. I mean, and that sounds kind of crazy, but that's how we did it for a really long time. The chicken, which came first, the chicken or the egg, was relaxing these understandings of what your ability to say Sandy Hook was staged. Like, these are recent phenomenon, and we're talking. If Marshall's question was pie in the sky, if you could wave a magic wand, if you could change things, what would you change? Would it happen overnight? No, but you cannot move forward. You cannot solve any problem if you do not have the capacity to get to at least a basic shared understanding of the right information. Then you can disagree about, red, white, up, down, purple, orange, right? But we can't even get there, because we are so mired in disinformation. And, a good example of this that is not political is, think about how large language models work, right? So you have you go to ChatGPT and you say, what fund should I invest my Fidelity account in? What's the best, most profitable, safest deal? Well, if I own a fund, I just have to use AI to write 10 million articles that say my fund is the best. And now you are given the information that this fund is the safest and the best, even though that's not true. That, to me, if we don't figure out a structural response to misinformation and disinformation, I don't know how we move forward.
So I can respond to the first part of what you said. The second part, I'm not technical, so someone else can. But with respect to libel and slander, our laws haven't changed. In fact, the leading cases are still the leading cases, whether it's New York Times, Sullivan, we can go through them. You still have the ability to sue under, for the disparagement. And if you're a public figure, it's still that higher standard. I mean, that hasn't changed. But what happens is that, first of all, the cost of litigation is so, overwhelming for people. And also, you often don't see the same amount of litigation because the person that's harmed puts their whole person on trial. So everything about you, every email you ever wrote, everything about your life as the victim of the statement is now on trial. And you often see people will shy away from that type of litigation, A, because it's so costly now, and B, because of just what you go through to litigate it. But I don't think unless I'm wrong, I don't think that any of those big landmark cases have been overturned. They're still our law. But to the second part of what you said, someone else could probably have more info on that.
This has been incredible. I think next week we should talk about remedies for mis and disinformation.
Hey, can I just say one thing real quick? Because several people brought up the systemic issue.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this went back to the 18th century. I mean, Jefferson's solution to this problem that everybody's been pointing out, that there's too much corruption, there's too much systemic, inertia, was to blow the thing up every 20 years, every generation. He thought no generation should govern the next. About every 21 years, he had a kind of odd view on what a generation was, and many of his founding father peers were face left. But for him, it was just reset the whole thing, hard reset every about 20 some years. Now, I mean, that's pretty disruptive, but it solves the problem, right? Of things just becoming so intractable, right? That basically, that he just thought laws and systems shouldn't be that binding because they're too short-sighted and exactly what some folks have said. That again, it's a pretty radical solution, but this is Jefferson. For the 18th century, could be radical.
Can I add one?
Well, and theologically, Scott, you have the Jubilee, the 7-year and the Jubilee idea of resetting debts.
And this is from Abby's favorite testament.
Yeah, I mean, this is got some basis in theology. Not to say that should be the end all be all, but it does. But how does anybody make a plan? If you think about Social Security, if you said every 20 years we're going to blow it up, well, that couldn't work, right?
This was when people, when Madison, Jefferson, it was. I mean, the 18th century founders thought this was radical. I mean, but Jefferson saw some of these problems, right, around systemic, kind of inertia, and so I mean that's. But this is the exact problem that why we didn't go this way. But Jefferson saw the problem.
Can I add one small one?
Go ahead. Yeah.
No more polls.
No more polls.
Nope.
Tell me more about that.
I think it in many ways, especially in this day and age, it sways too many people from engaging or disengaging. Right. So I think I'm not gonna say it's gonna change the landscape completely, but I think it does kind of say, oh, that person's ahead by blah blah blah. So I'm not even going to go there because.
But Arthur, I want to restate what I think you said because I actually misunderstand you. You could mean no more public opinion polls.
Yes.
Or you could mean that's what you're talking about specifically.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Yeah. So you're not opposed to democracy. You're not opposed to real voting, but public opinion polls being problematic. I think that's a good point.
Yeah. I didn't mean like polling place, voting place. I meant polling public opinion.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's an interesting point. Other than Scott, is anyone?
How about this, Arthur? No polls can be released until 2 weeks after any school shooting.
That's an interesting idea.
You'll make the Republicans go crazy. What?
Yeah, well, maybe they'll address the problem.
Wow. Marshall, I really am eager to I'm eager to make sure that we give you as much of an answer to your question as possible because I love that you raised it. I think we have one that we agree on, except for Scott, which is that we do away with the pardon. Is there anyone other than Scott who disagrees with that? Great. There's one answer, Marshall.
I didn't hear the very last part of that. You'll have to repeat.
There's one answer we have, which is only Scott, of all the people who are here, believes that it would be wrong to do away with the pardon power. All of us, I think, agree that doing away with the pardon power would be a good thing. And
I completely understand Scott's view.
Marshall's a Presbyterian. He believes in complete sovereign grace. He's going to be with me, Alan. He's a dour Calvinist.
I am a Calvinist, that is true. And like, I understand the extravagant displays of mercy. There's a show I like. It's called The Last Kingdom. It's written. It's a TV show based off a set of books by a dude named
Oh my God, I love that show.
So, Uhtred, when the character's name is Uhtred, when he's about to be put to death, and maybe put to death, whatchamacallit? Oh shoot! Oh, there he is. No, it's not Uhtred. It's a character named Father Baelka. And it's based on like English history in the West Saxons. Anyway, the King Alfred the Great had died. They were about to do away with this main character, and the bishop says we need to move this inside. And Father Baelka yells out, "Justice must be seen to be done." And I think there is a huge part of me that understands extravagant displays of mercy. I think where maybe Scott and I might depart is in the political use of that. The extreme displays of mercy to people who don't deserve mercy. But as a Calvinist, I'm not the person to decide who needs mercy.
Yeah,
that's the Lord.
I have well, yeah, exactly. That's my point too. I think we have a problem when we conflate religion and politics.
Totally.
Render unto Caesar.
Isn't deserving mercy you don't deserve mercy. Like, you deserve justice. Mercy is what you don't deserve, right? It's something that's by nature gratuitous.
I wish we did it that way. That's not what we do. We sell pardons. That's not how it's actually practiced.
Yeah, and here in Texas, Denise, Marshall, maybe you guys can attest to this, but currently our Governor Abbott is in the second special session and threatening a third because he wants to give extra protection to officers caught in the line of some kind of investigation to not have to release what happened to the public, to the press.
Immunity you're talking about?
Extra immunity, further than already exists.
So further than already exists, but unfoyable, Abby. You won't that's information they won't give you in a FOIA.
Got it. I understand.
Okay, but what I'm concerned about is, like, what happened to the Capitol and 9/11. I mean, justice was served for those that were tried and all that. And so I just don't, I can't fathom any rationale, faith-based or otherwise, of why there would be any mercy there. I just can't.
Well, as somebody who splits, I don't know how you do, Scott, but I split it. I have a religious view and I have a secular view. And the secular view is that a bunch of those people did not deserve to get pardons. Maybe there were one or two who had charged and they were overcharged, per se. I don't really know. And maybe those people deserve some sort of mercy. But if we're talking about people like Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes, they were charged with the closest thing to sedition since the Civil War or the beginning of the 20th century. I can't remember which one. And Trump pardoned them. So I'm very much on the I am for extravagant displays of mercy, but I understand why the pardon power has to go. If you go back to the Grant administration, he sold pardons. And I think Cleveland did too.
Only God can really give extravagance display of mercy. I don't think it's a human thing. I think it's a divine thing. I hope that doesn't offend you.
No, not at all.
Me? No, I believe in Hashem. That's the only place I'm going to get mercy. Sorry, Scott.
Well, also, so Alan, you don't think that it's possible in a human? Have you seen Les Miserables? It's not a sci-fi thing, right? I mean, Les Miserables begins with a human extravagant act of mercy.
But it's not a government display. It's okay.
It's not, and you know what happens at the end of that? The government figure who can't embrace mercy has to kill himself.
Chooses to kill himself.
He chooses. Thank you.
Well, right. It's the nature of it's the way that the law ultimately it's the end of the law. The law killeth, right? The spirit killeth.
I mean, I love one of my all-time favorite movies. Yassi's going to finally think there's something decent about me, is Fiddler on the Roof. I think that is like the world's greatest movie because it does show that there is a limit to where, of course, in that case, it's a patriarchal country, but a patriarchal world. But it does show that there has to be a limit to what a man can forgive, and I believe that. Wow, this has been wild.
So I had one idea for fixing the system, but it would require, Marshall said, well, what is something that you would do? Now this would require, of course, there's free speech issues here. But I think that you should only be able to contribute to candidates that you can vote for, and it can only be an individual. It can't be a PAC, no PACs. PACs should be outlawed.
How do you deal with the First Amendment outlawing a PAC and your right to petition the government?
We're talking about an ideal here. We're not talking about reality.
Yeah, it was if you could wave a magic wand and you could.
If I could wave a magic wand, people would only be able to donate no more than $100 to any single candidate, and you could only donate to people that you vote for, and any political ad would have to be signed off on by that candidate. So I think that you would get much, much better quality candidates, and there would be a lot less of this shenanigans that go on now. So I think, you're not going to get past the Supreme Court on that.
So, like,
it would take a constitutional amendment to do it.
In your idea, so let's say I live in New York and I really love, I want to weigh in on a case that's in Iowa. Could I physically go there and protest, walk? I could do all the things, but I couldn't give cash money. Is that?
Sure. So speech is allowed. You can go out, you can stand in the street, but you wouldn't be able to buy advertising.
Well, how do you get around the fact that, number one, have you been involved in a campaign?
Yes.
Are you connected? Okay, so you know the expense. So the last campaign I was involved with, my girlfriend was $21 million on her side alone on her congressional campaign. So your concept of $100 per person, I don't even know if she could buy an ad in the newspaper that people don't read anymore. How is she buying as a straight candidate and not PAC money, because that's like almost 8 times the price of what she pays? How is she buying any digital, any media buys? And how are the local TV stations going to stay in business if they don't have media buys from candidates? I mean, they live for the cycles. So, I mean, I'm just saying the effect that it would have. So how are we going to learn about the candidates?
It could be done like how they do in England.
So before we go down the rabbit hole, I want to get everybody to answer the basic question. My attempt is to connect 50,000 feet to 10,000 feet. That's the idea. So Arthur, it's you. If you could change 3 things in the Constitution, 1 to 3 things. You don't actually have to say 3 if you don't want to. If you change 1 to 3 things in the Constitution, and you weren't dealing with practicality, because we're going to connect practicality in just a minute in the discussion, but how would you change the Constitution? What would be an addition or a subtraction or a modification you might make?
So yeah, the one I added was no more opinion public poll, and the second one I'm adding is that they should make it, I think like it's in the UK, candidates can only run for a certain time, and it's with public funding for a certain amount. So you limit the amount of time that people can run, and then you just make it, I think that right there would eliminate so much.
Interesting. Alex, are you there? I don't think I've heard you yet. Alex. Bueller. Somebody there? Okay. El Normo, wave a magic wand. You could change 1 to 3 things about the Constitution. What would you change?
I clean up the grammar. Like, for example, how does the second go? An armed militia.
Well-regulated militia being necessary and proper to the maintenance of a free state, I believe.
Yeah, I would clean that up so that people can't argue that the first part of the sentence isn't connected to the second part. That's, off the top of my head.
Sweet.
I never would have. I wouldn't ban alcohol, and then we wouldn't have to repeal the ban on alcohol.
So now let's try to take our adaptions and connect them to what we would need to do. We don't have to go too far down that hole. Maybe like 1 step. So we want to do this. How would we get there? Because that's also an important piece in the thinking about the Constitution. And my idea in having this question in my own room about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago was to make people wrestle with bits and pieces of it. Think about it, consider what it could be used for, how you can improve it, that kind of thing. So we did the 50,000 foot thing. Let's connect it to 10,000 feet if we can. If it has to stay ethereal, great. But I get told all the time I'm too ethereal and I have to take it down to 10,000 feet. So anybody that wants to go, please, how would we accomplish your goals after you wave the magic wand?
You mean how do you obtain an amendment to the Constitution? Are you asking that? I mean, there's
I'm asking
lots of areas in the Constitution that could get cleaned up.
I'm saying people who want changes with how we have the system today. How do you then practically get to a solution? Is it a quick solution, or is it going to take a long period of time to get to?
You probably have to do the things that are pissing off everyone in the room that we have. So in order to get what you want accomplished, you're going to have to lobby, which that's a dirty word to a lot of people, but it's our right to petition. You're going to probably have to contribute into campaigns that enough to make a difference to those candidates. that they are going to champion the cause that you want. So all the things that you're fighting against, you're going to have to utilize in order to get in line those votes to make the change.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely that there should be, limits on how much you can donate to each candidate. Because I mean, essentially, I think that's antithetical to. I mean, when people say that you vote with your dollar, that implies that if you have more money, that means you have more power, and so that's why I don't think the government should be based upon how much money you can contribute to each politician.
So what did Harris get? $1 billion? How much did she finally raise?
I think about it.
She raised a lot of money.
Like $1 billion.
And I think it's corrupt.
We haven't gotten. We're wandering down the rabbit hole without CM. CM, you haven't answered the question yet. If you could change 1 to 3 things, what would you change?
About the Constitution?
Yeah, man. If you could wave a magic wand, I'm asking you to sit at the 50,000 foot level. If you could just wave a magic wand and fix 1 to 3 things about the Constitution that irritate you, what would you do?
I almost wouldn't change a thing. The problem is that I mean, dude, our founding fathers wrote a nearly perfect, how they say, living, breathing document, amenable to be changed with the correct number of votes. They wrote a near perfect document. The problem is that the best political document written in history. Period. Full stop. The problem is that, obviously they lived in a time where things like the Second Amendment, they were talking about people. I mean, people have muskets, not automatic weapons, so they couldn't think that far ahead.
Just a history piece. It depends on how you define that. A lot of people had muskets, but a lot of people in the colonies had what were known as Kentucky long rifles. A musket was accurate.
That's a minor detail, but who cares? Point is, they couldn't envision the type of weapons we have today. They couldn't, in terms of the Second Amendment, they couldn't envision things like social media and the internet that would affect our society and misinformation and all this. If it wasn't for these things like that, these modern problems, it's almost a miracle how well actually the Constitution worked for 250 years, and the intervening 250 years since it was written. We became the wealthiest, freest, most prosperous, innovative nation on the face of the planet in all of human history in 250 years, based on that document. It worked miracles for a really long time. But yeah, the wheels are starting to come off because the world has just changed way too much that no matter how wise Jefferson and Madison and all these guys were, who are like my heroes, there's some might not scientists. They're the other one, my other heroes that are not scientists. Except for they could only see so far into the future. Obviously they can never imagine anything like the internet or social media or anything. And so it worked. Like I said, it worked wonders forever. But for a really long time, made us the greatest nation on the planet. But it's
but I'm going to direct you just a little.
It was gonna run out.
Can I just want to say one thing I just about to say. That when we say this, when we say what they didn't see and saw, if it's outdated, which it very well may be. I mean, the whole thing could be outdated. Every sentence, right?
No.
But it's interesting. But it's interesting that really they thought the whole thing could be outdated. They didn't make anything secret. Every single sentence in the Constitution, every single sentence could be deleted. The one thing that we're arguing about, I think, what it gets down to is broad consensus to change it, right or not, right? Are these 2/3 and 3/4 requirements? I mean, we can make a change that no one can wear blue. We can make a change that says no one can make over $100,000 a year, and that anything over that should be redistributed to poor people. Any of that could be constitutional. Anything. The question is the broad consensus required to make these changes. That's really what we're arguing about. And I mean, at the essence of that is did the idea in the 18th century that changes, just structural changes to the Constitution, not legislation. Like, we can make all sorts of laws, but structural changes to the actual founding document, right? Should that require broad consensus, right? We could pass a law that says no one is allowed to wear a blue shirt. The question is, people would probably say that's an extension of free speech, right? Then we'd be at constitutional things. Then to change that requires broad consensus. Now, that's what really we're arguing. When we say are the founders right or not, were the founders right about requiring broad consensus to make systemic change or not? And if we can answer that one, we get at the root of
the answer is obviously yes. I don't even know what question you're asking.
Well, he's asking a question about
in the sense of it can't obviously.
Hey, CM, could you just hold on a second? We have our main mod, Alan, speaking. If you could just wait till he's done, I'd appreciate it. Alan, please go ahead.
Scott is asking a question about mechanics, and I think he's making a damn good point. If we look at when the Constitution was founded, the ruling class was the wealthy. It was white men. We now have blacks, we have women, and we have an effort to broaden the electorate. So I think that Scott raises the right question. How do we even measure and find a broad consensus? And I don't know the answer.
I think we're severely handicapped by gerrymandering and dark money. Right? Like, you should have to come to our district and make your case to be selected. I don't think that the elected officials should pick their voters. Make your case, present your ideas, and you cannot do that if, like we just had in Texas mid-census, you just kind of move the goalpost and make the wiggliest archipelago whenever you get ready. And I don't care which side does it. It contradicts the foundational belief that every person has a vote, right? Like, that is literally what we are struggling with right now. We do not have a representative democracy right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, Denise, do we even all? Does everyone on the stage believe that everyone should have a vote? Do we all hold that in common?
Yeah, I think everybody who's
we already covered it. That we don't have consistent beliefs.
Right, but then
Somebody
you're saying
said there should be a poll. People have already said a myriad of answers to that. What did you want? The answer was no. Should we?
then you're taking away the elections clause and you're taking away from
You're okay, Abby.
I think she was talking about the elections clause and the time, place, manner clause. Time, place, manner clause is the thing that derives elections down to the state. There is a piece of the Constitution where it says Congress can step in and make a law. If anybody's interested, we have been using the pinned link of the National Constitution Center based in Philadelphia. The National Constitution Center is, I think I'm going to repeat their credo just about correct, the only institution funded by Congress to disseminate information about the Constitution on a nonpartisan basis.
Marshall, the director will be coming on the Give Us Take podcast in October. Jeffrey Rose, be my guest.
It's the best place.
He's a huge Brandeis fan.
Shout out to Philadelphia for having it there, and it's absolutely a pilgrimage people should make. Go to the Constitution Center.
I think the best part about
this week, Abby, it's a spit out for Philadelphia, right?
Excuse me?
A spit out, not a shout out. Galen Carter.
Oh, yeah, good. I got you. All right. Provoke.
So the point I was making was the National Constitution Center's teaching resources are great because they give the median view, they give the left center view, and they give the right of center view. They have had in 2 separate years Neil Gorsuch first be their honorary chair. And then the next year it was Chris Coons of Connecticut. And for those who don't know Chris Coons, he's served in Congress, I think, for at least 3 terms, or in the Senate for at least 3 terms. And he is a lover of the U.S. Constitution and the need for updating. He is, from what I can tell, somebody who genuinely believes that the document we use to govern ourselves is important. Never met the dude, but that's just an assumption.
Okay, I am kind of obsessed with it finishing within an hour and a half, just because I think it makes for a better discussion if people have a sense of an ending. I really think this was interesting. I'm so thrilled to find that Abby and I have an area we can agree on. There probably are many others. I also am delighted that there was no pretexting today. I think I was thinking about this when I was young. Somebody brought over to our house, and of course this was the old days of great records, that you put a needle on, but a record that was kind of a political satire about Nixon. And my dad just went ape. And, he was a fairly conservative person and so forth, and I didn't really understand it at the time. And I suspect that he couldn't have given me a logical answer to why it upset him so much at the time. But I think it gets to our notion of truth. I'm obsessed with the idea that Santa Claus is something that is very bad to teach our children, particularly for those of us who have Christian faith, because of the same basic reason that we have a need to know what is true. I feel like I'm wandering. I don't mean to. I think we should revisit this same topic next week. I think next week we should all come to the room with an answer to Marshall's question. If you could change 3 things about the Constitution, what would you change? I think that would be a very useful thing. And I'd like to start moving towards a close. If anybody has any closing comments, I'd welcome them.
I got By the one, way, and it's something I want to echo from Denise. Yes. Somebody told me this previously. Don't sit the founders on a pedestal. They had great ideas for the time. They wrote great things that are still applicable today. But putting them on a pedestal, I think, does not allow. Putting them on a pedestal represents an element of sacrosanctness that they may not necessarily always deserve. For their good decisions, sir, if we should think they're good, but for the wrong decisions they made, we should be able to criticize them as well as hold up their good decisions. I'm a big proponent of history being told the whole story. You tell the good, the bad, and the ugly, and you let the people who listen to it make up their view of it afterward. But you don't leave out anything. And so not having them on a pedestal brings them into the realm of being real people who you can criticize. And I think as somebody who too often myself sits the founders on a pedestal, that it's really helpful when people don't do that.
Marshall, I do have a question for you about the Founding Fathers.
Yes, sir.
Story. The amount of alcohol they drank the night before the Constitutional Convention, is that a true story?
Yes. They drank a prodigious amount of alcohol.
Nobody's saying the Founding Fathers are perfect. They were humans just like us. They were just amongst the wisest humans. Again, because they think about what they were doing. They were trying to escape every shitty type of government from the old world, so from Europe, all these monarchies and totalitarian countries, and they wanted to come to United States. They came to the United States. They wanted to build a form of government that was completely antithetical to everything they left back in the old world. And they did their best. They did their.
Antithetical.
Nobody's putting them on a pedestal as like they're perfect. They just did an
founders
amazing
in the
job.
argument claim. Hold on a
Look at
second.
the country
The
we have
founders-
today.
Sam, hold on a second.
Not today.
The founders, in their own right, before they got to we need a different governing document, applied for the rights of Englishmen along the basis of the English Constitution, which helped, which was written with the Magna Carta in 1215. So they were very, very wed to the Enlightenment ideas of Great Britain at the time. What they were fleeing pursuit from a lot of the time was an established church, and how a lot of the folks that were Quakers and more Puritany did not have the ability to freely worship because there was a state religion in England.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you
That's what I'm saying.
think we could have a constitutional? Do you think we could have a constitutional convention today? Do you think they could put a group of people together and write a constitution?
You would go straight into some form of like hyper-authoritarian government. I think putting all of the sovereign power of America in a room, since what we did the first time was, hey, you're supposed to amend the Articles of Confederation, not come up with a totally new document. All of that sovereign power in a room, I don't trust.
Yeah, these politicians today, I don't think they're mature enough to go nowhere near that Constitution. And we already know the type of things that they would change. That First Amendment is going away. That Second Amendment is going away. The Fifth Amendment is going away. All the things that these politicians need to weaponize their power against people is going away. So yeah, this batch of politicians, they're just not mature enough to touch. Yeah, they're not mature enough to touch them. You know, the Constitution, like somebody said earlier, is a perfect document. The problem is, it's just like in law. How the law is written and how it's applied is two different things. And that's what's wrong with the Constitution. They don't actually do things in regards to the Constitution. It's like the Bible. You know how people pick and choose what parts of the Bible they want to believe in? The Constitution is the same way.
Abby, I'm curious to know what your answer to the question that you asked is.
I know from another country that has had a constitution committee now for many years and very bright people on it, and they can't get a consensus. I'm not going to get into what country it is, but they've been debating and they can't put together a constitution. I don't think we could, but I did want to say to DJ, if all of a sudden they abolished the first, second, fourth, let's get rid of search and seizure, let's get rid of the fifth, you still have the Ninth Amendment, which is curious, because if you look at the Ninth Amendment, and let's say they didn't get rid of that, that gives you fundamental rights that aren't enumerated, that aren't stated. So unless they said you don't have a right to free speech, they just got rid of the amendment, you still might have it implied in the Ninth Amendment. It's just food for thought. But
yeah, that makes sense.
I think you could not find if you took our best scholars, if you took every top constitutional scholar that publishes what we call the Horn books, the treaties of constitutional law, put them all in a room to try to write it, I just don't think it could happen today.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, we're way too divided. It's different. We're way too divided. It's different. They were writing the Constitution right after, the Revolutionary War. So, they were united under, just because they were all facing a common enemy of, King George and
the Constitution, though, they were not united. They split themselves into two-man camps, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, at the Constitutional Convention.
Well, I'm talking about compared to today. They were a million times more united than we are today.
But they also had the advantage of a failed interim step, right? So the Articles of Confederation, which were much more minimalist, weren't working, right? And so they had that, and really the Constitution, this is where people question the legality of the Constitution, rightly, right? There was no mandate to go write a new Constitution. There was a mandate to what they were called to do was to get together and amend the Articles of Confederation.
And they just said, all right, now we're going to start from scratch and write a new constitution, which they really didn't have the authorization to do, but the states signed off on it. The states ratified it, but that was not their charge when they went in.
So let me ask y'all a question. If we were to release everybody from prison who shouldn't be there per the Constitution, say they're there, if somebody was to look at their case and match it up with the Constitution, what percentage of prisoners you think will get released from prison?
Like, what part of the Constitution, though? Do you mean like
just
their Fifth Amendment rights were violated? Do you
Or
mean
habeas corpus? What are you talking
or like the 14th Amendment to due process?
Just any part of it. Any part of the Constitution that we're going to weigh against his case, and we're going to decide if he should be released from prison or not because it was a constitutional violation.
Well, it depends on like where the person committed said offense and what they did. For it to be a constitutional violation on the state level, it has to be both violation of state law or policy as well as violation of federal law or policy. So the question would be, at least first, what are they charging this person for on a state level, and then what are they reaching to the federal level to charge that's a violation of the Constitution, right? My point is like the 15th Amendment, where you don't get actual due process as prescribed by law in both the 15th and the 14th and the 5th Amendment, right? So you could file then if you didn't get the right to due process. But the question is like, are we talking about taking people for minor amounts of drugs? Are we talking about people who got caught up in federal sting operations that really didn't have anything to do with them in the first place, right? Like, it requires a specific part of the Constitution to look at. I understand what you mean, but we need some examples to hone in better on what you're trying to say.
So,
you can appeal a conviction or something like that.
Just let DJ Fridays.
Yeah, if you got the money to do that, I just was always under the impression that they wrote that in order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim, and the majority of people in prison are there for victimless crimes. And then just all the other due process violations that come from judges and the DA, and people go to prison on that shit because they don't have the money to fight. You got to have money to do an appeal. That ain't nothing for people that are running into the justice.
We afford counsel to indigents in our country.
Even for appeals?
We afford counsel. I mean, people have PDs.
She's saying they provide a free lawyer.
Public defenders. If you can't afford your own lawyer, you're assigned a public defender.
But DJ, are you talking about situations where if you're incarcerated, then it's probably going to be a Fourth Amendment violation or something regarding the evidence and whether something was tainted. I mean, I'll just try to use an example that would come up with someone who got convicted of a crime, and they could argue, fruit of the poisonous tree arguments, something like that. I mean, that's going to get tested through our court system, which is constitutional, and you are going to have a jury of your peers, and you are going to go through that process, and you are going to be afforded counsel. So what part along the way are you contesting? That you didn't have a proper hearing, a proper trial? It didn't comply?
Yeah, I mean, all of those things. I just see it like, just all of those things, man. In this country, if you don't have the resources, I know you can get a public defender. I know you can get that. But man, those dudes down there, they getting paid by the same people that the state is getting paid for. They're those people colleagues. Public defenders, I get why they're needed, but that's not, I don't know. I've just always felt like that wasn't real counsel. Because they're working, they literally work for the same people that they're defending you against.
Oh boy, DJ.
Dude,
I have so many friends that would tell you to go take a hike, that work their asses off as PDs. You do that to get your trial time in, but there are people that are career PDs that I mean, that's.
I believe that. No, I'm not saying
they
that
work
applies to
they work hard, those guys.
I'm
Same
not
with the
saying-
young DAs and the prosecutors. I mean,
Not
that's
all
hard
states
work.
have the same kind of policies and PDs. In the South, you don't find nearly as many public defenders, and you don't always get access equally in all urban environments. So to say it's a common right for everybody is false belief.
And just growing up, I've never been in trouble with the law ever in my life, but just having friends, and I go to their court cases with them, man. The public defender is like just rubber stamping everything. It's like he's just there to guide you, to prison. He wasn't really advocating for you, and I'm not saying this applies to everybody because everybody has their own ambition level. Yeah, because if I was a public defender, I'm trying to win those cases to put the score on the board so I can one day have my own practice. That's what I would do. But it's so many times, man, where a lot of public defenders, especially in certain communities, man, they're just there to be a rubber stamp for the court system. There's lawyers that are private lawyers that are full of shit. That they just want to get paid. They don't really advocate for their clients.
Nothing's perfect. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to close this 10 minutes ago. This is very useful, but I don't want to moderate it beyond the time. I'm not sure what to do. I think what I'll do is close it, and we will open this up again next week. Marshall has left, it looks to me like, and this was his question. So I think he was expecting it to be done at 3:30 or my time. I'm in the Pacific Coast. So we will open this again next week, and I don't know. We'll try to pick it up where we left off. Try to make it a little more organized. But I really appreciate everyone's participation, and I particularly appreciate that there was no pretexting today. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Come right over here to ask your questions, so I don't want to hear nothing.
That's what my mom be saying quesadilla.
You need somebody to translate? Oh, for homework?
Yeah, for homework.
Oh, okay.
I be like, wait,
I see from Kentucky. She be like, "Oh, I love some tortillas."
Tortillas.
Tortillas.
I almost choked on that.
They're so good. Can I get some extra tortillas when you come? Hey, girl, let me order.
Give me some
Pronounce the L's and shit.
Not tortilla.
tarantulas.
They have the best tortilla chips, baby.
Did you guys see where they said for the media, do not cover any disturbances or anything about people having anything to say about Trump, any protesters at the U.S. Open? Don't broadcast that shit.
They literally snuck him in, and then they snuck him in before the crowd got there. Yep. And then when people were booing, they cut the audio so that we can't hear the boos.
Yeah, don't cover that at all.
They shit, April, they was like...
Well, they covered it because I saw quite a few videos with them booing the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gonna get in trouble for posting it.
Yeah.
You know what? Do y'all remember a few years ago? Well, not a few years ago. When he it was before he became president. He got roasted for his birthday on Comedy Central.
And got mad.
Oh, he got so mad, and then everybody was like, he was telling us not to post shit and to cut shit out or whatever. Like he was like this. Everybody was like, I would never do this again. I would never want to roast him again. He has the worst sense of humor. He was visibly uncomfortable.
He act like a little bitch over that shit.
Let them roast you the way they tore Justin Bieber ass up.
Hot.
I can't find my phone. Which one?
The one that you can text me on. If you texted me, it's because I can't find it. You said by the big pot? I don't see nothing here.
Can I ask you guys something real quick? See if I'm doing the right thing. Shit. If somebody does your pedicure and this bitch fucks it up to her, still
Can I redo it?
No, okay.
What you mean effed it up? How they F it up?
Okay, you know when you're supposed to be doing the cuticles and all that stuff, and my foot was rubbing on my work shoe, so it had like a little bit of a callus. It's not even a big callus. She goes, "We don't do that." I'm like, "What? You don't scrub down on freaking?"
Yeah, because they don't want to get sued.
Oh, shit.
Don't give her a freaking prune, bro.
No. Huh?
Why would you give her a prune?
Wait, why would I get her a what?
You gave her one.
Girl, though, I think she needs to go on mute. I think she needs to go on mute.
Wait, is he talking to me or?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's why I wear toe separators because I wear boots all the time. So at night, after I take a shower, I put toe separators on my feet so I don't ever have to get that. That's what you need to do. Like,
yeah, I mean, rubbing because my feet are like swollen, and I was like, okay, so it's rubbing, and then like when I went to her, it's not even a.
Sister Wife, how far are you from your phone right now?
Me?
Have you just walked off and left your phone because you?
No, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear. It's very low.
Yeah. That's loud.
Yeah, I guess because I'm outside and I have the earpods in outside. I felt some kind of way giving her that money because in New York you don't tip. They got a fucking attitude if you come back.
yeah, but you want her to.
She just said, "I feel
Put the showers off your feet, girl. You better go see her down. I'll pay you work for it.
It's not petty. It's not that big. It's like it's bush rubbing. It only rubs.
Well, then get a
that
pumice
night.
stone. Get a pumice
I am.
stone.
I'm going right now to go get one because it's not even that big. It's from that night I worked 16 hours and it just kept rubbing. So she's like, "What are you doing, stoning it? What? You know what I'm saying?"
No, get the this thing. It's called a foot mask, and it like exfoliates your foot. Baby, give you a whole new foot.
A foot mask?
Big dead skin.
Yeah, they got it out.
It'll remove that. It like removes it over like a period of like a week. It peels off. But like any extra, everybody should try this. Y'all will probably be just.
It's gonna take a week. I better go get it now. This shit.
Yeah, it's like it uses I think like fruit acids or something, and it just exfoliates your foot. It's kind of disgusting, but the end of it.
Inches and hide if you do it.
Yo, my friend said he wear a different shoe size now.
What's going on now?
So his callus went down that big. He went down. He get a new size.
It not only removes a callus, but So I'm gonna get a little scientific real quick. You know, the skin on your feet is 20 times thicker than the skin everywhere else, right? So any of you get a lot of dead skin on you, even if you don't feel it, you do. So like even the top of your foot, it peels all of that off.
Yo, it's so cool the way it peels.
It's not cool. It's so gross.
It is so cool. My kids love to. Okay. They're like, Mom, your feet
It's so gross. When you take your sock off, it looks like a
I'm
drill.
right.
You be like,
okay, stay focused. So what happened now? So what happened to your friend's foot?
oh, so he did
So
one.
he's a smaller size.
We all did. But I seen his feet before. He don't have bad feet or nothing. It was never like crusty or nothing. But he said that he did one. And we was talking about because if you never did it before, the first time you do it, it peels for like longer than a week, like maybe like 10 days. It just keep on peeling. And so he was. And so
No, you gotta do it, guys.
It don't hurt. It don't hurt.
No, I don't like the sound of this. No, it sounds like some snake stuff going on.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that.
I'm about to put it in the chat so you guys can get it.
Okay,
it's so good, y'all.
And the goose.
And I want you to do another one for your foot. I want you to do the natural cleanse foot pad. The
No, y'all should do it. It's
You're just gonna put it at the
it's the
middle
most
of your
amazing
foot,
thing. You're gonna be like, oh my god.
and it's supposed to remove all the detox. It's a detox, so it removes all
Oh,
the
the pads.
toxins from your body.
I did those before.
I did that one too. I got these.
Once I was sick, it got me right together. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so Pat is Pat. Let me tell you right now, baby cakes. Pat in the goo. Pat, him and Lalinga Lungo. Don't even say Target in this room because you said I can get it from Target.
You can get it on Amazon. Just look up foot
I
mask.
need it now. I need it now, just because it's bothering me.
We'll go to Walmart. But you can get it from Walmart too, or you was at Target the other day going in there again.
Yeah, I was. Girl, I gotta get busy.
She already said that's where she was on her way to.
Hello? Because I gotta go to work tomorrow and
Yeah, you can get them there. You put some booty, you just put it on, and you keep it on your foot for like an hour and a half, an hour, depending. And then when you take it off, it's not gonna do nothing when you take it off. But like maybe 3 days in, because you're gonna forget about it. You're gonna go to take that sock off, and it's gonna. You gonna say,
that sounds scary. I'm glad.
No, and then when you feel your feet is gonna feel like baby's feet.
Yo, it feel like a new foot. It feel like my feet so soft.
So you got, so is it like on the outside or on the
That's the bottom.
No, it's
no,
okay.
she was saying
it was rubbing on my instep. You know, like right in my heart. That freaking.
But a particular, I don't know, mod that was praised at being a good mod decided to be, for me at that moment in time, a terrible fucking mod, right? And it kind of just sidetracked the whole conversation. But what I wanted to put into like the whole conversation was, which wasn't going to sidetrack the whole thing, was I wanted to point to design. Design is, how do I put this? It has intent behind it and it has purpose behind it. You won't know about the intent or purpose in its entirety if you don't creator itself, right? So also you have another element, which
well, guys. Yeah, but she said a pumice. The pumice is the rock, right?
Yeah, just like
yeah, not the straight breakers.
Yeah, it's not like she's cutting it away. It's just using the stone.
If the callus looked like it was too much, she might not have wanted to go in and then cause it to open up. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably why she made the decision.
I can take a picture of my damn foot. It is not that. And the reason I didn't do, I can't tell you why I didn't do it, but I can't put my leg up anymore. So I was like, okay, let me just go get this done real quick. And I made it clear. But the funny thing about it, when I came in there, I said, oh, I got this thing right here. Oh, we do. Now when it's putting a lotion on, we don't do. And then I got to the thing and he goes, you tip. It's like, I don't like that pressure. If I want to tip, I'm going to tip. If I don't want to tip, I don't want to tip. Don't ask me. You tip, when I'm taking the money to pay you for the service. Oh my God.
Yeah, sweetie, what's good? Like
You should have told him that. You should have said no because she didn't do my callus.
And I'm the only black lady in there. No, I ain't doing it. She did my callus.
I just want to say something to my people. Always.
I found my phone. First lady, check it back now. I mean, check a text message. And Womack, you too.
Fuck around, go tip your barber. You'll see how your next haircut.
Yeah, for my people, please always tip on services. When I used to be a waiter, this is terrible, but I used to always just be like, oh, I don't want the black couple. Get them to somebody else. I don't want that Hispanic couple. Yeah, because especially if it's a nigga that going out with his girlfriend. No, you're not about to waste my time, bro. Let me get Molly and Shannon. Let me get them.
I literally had to stop my man from over tipping. I was like, that's just extreme. And they didn't do all that. And I was in the service industry for years. Not always.
Not you hating on somebody's tip. Oh my God.
Over tip. What is it? What is a normal tip that you guys? What is? If we went out for lunch or something, say it was 15%. Say it was like normal tip.
So for my
haircut, if it was like $40, he would give them like $40 more. I'm like, that's
I love him.
Oh, he's clever.
Yeah, Lisa, like for my haircut, I typically tip like $5 $6. That's it.
How much is a haircut?
45.
I took my nail tech at least $25.
Yeah, I see the motherfucking barber every week. Most people go every
my mom restaurant.
I'm there.
At least you tip. Gay shit. It's niggas that do not. My bad, Patty. Go ahead.
At my mom's restaurant, I used to work over there. Oh, I still do sometimes when I go home, and somebody gave me $100, and all they got was like sushi, like 2 rolls. Nothing wrong with over tipping.
Oh, we like that.
I know he just did it all the time. I was just wondering if he could even count. And like his ass is old, so he needs to start saving his money. Shit.
No, it's been as good. When I used to bartend, I had this one Jew that would come in all the time, and no matter what he billed, he'd only usually get 1 or 2 drinks. He would just leave $100 bill.
Yeah, I did that too when I was tending bar.
Did he leave his phone number?
It wasn't for me. He was hitting on the lady. But you know, I bartended with a woman. So.
Place your item in the bagging area.
Oh, look.
All right, so who's on the mic? Who's on the mic at the store?
Scotty's still at the store. God damn.
I'm not at the store.
I say the Lord's name is in.
Oh, I didn't mean that part.
That's Patty.
Yeah, Patty was doing self-checkout.
Definitely am not. You want to talk to the lady? I told y'all last time. Don't pay me.
Patty just stole a TV through self-checkout.
Patty, do not.
Have y'all never put a TV on the bottom of y'all cart at self-checkout and just walked out with it?
No.
You said that so casually, I believe you.
Hey, we got 2 of them in my mic.
No.
No, but real talk, Jess. You ever go to Lowe's?
What's the move, Jess?
No, he's not repeating that again.
I've definitely left with some cases of water, but that's about it.
On that bottom rack, they don't be paying.
Y'all talking over Haitian. Why are y'all doing that? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nah, I was just saying, if you ever seen motherfuckers at Home Depot and Lowe's stealing this shit, running out.
No.
That happens.
They be stealing that at Home Depot? Huh?
They be stealing like toolboxes, whatever they could get equipment. They run out with the store with a
I've
big.
seen that. The Hispanic.
I've seen that.
I've been in the store where it's happened, or I seen it like real time.
Yeah, and that's why now they be watching those cameras because they be stealing the drills and all that kind of stuff like that. Yeah, and they be running the fuck up right out there.
Well, you know, in Georgia, I don't know if it's a Georgia thing, but like they can't do or say nothing to you. Like they can't touch you. They can't even walk out to the car. They can't even follow you outside and get your license plate. Like they gotta leave it all the way alone. My homeboy, he's a head manager at Saks, and he said the only thing they can say, no, loss prevention can, but that's if they come out. But like as like the associates or store managers, they can't do nothing. He said the only thing they can say. He said they only say if they see like them stolen merchandise. He said they can say something like, "Oh, can I help you find some pants with that shirt?" Like that's the only thing they can say.
Wow.
People definitely know that.
Well, I'm a supermarket. The lady took a pack of steak, potatoes, and a can of corn. And they try to tackle her down to the floor. I'm like, let that woman go. What the fuck? She trying to feed her family.
That's fucked up.
Exactly.
Like when it's food, I be like, yo, let them go, bro.
Yeah, like you was stealing
It's not that serious. It's not
about
that
2009,
So I paid $74 today, y'all. And the only thing I bought was yellow rice, creamer, burrito taco kits, because I'm lazy. Some macaroni
trying to be
and cheese,
Mexican.
and 2 no, I bought a taco kit.
Crazy.
She said no.
No,
Well, good
Oh, they
job.
have a burrito taco kit, burrito, whatever.
Yeah.
Girl.
I'm not sure on
I didn't know that. I'm gonna tell you that I seen it because I had bought roast so I could make burritos. And I already got other stuff. That's what I was gonna make for dinner tonight. I got it in the thing, and then I have
First lady, you didn't do me a shopping haul. Can you send me that video? Thank you.
But yeah, it's by Old El Paso.
First lady, you didn't hear me? Stop looking at me like that.
To the nigga.
Made her look like this real female.
You know what I mean?
Real down ass bitch female.
Bring everybody up with him. Everybody.
She gonna go get a ball player on his ass.
Listen, what that nigga said? What you said?
He bring everybody up with him.
We're gonna do one person at a time. Omar Bartal, focus on Omar Bartal. Go look into his credentials. He had wrote a whole bunch of articles and reports and whatever about the Holocaust, and he's a known genocide study scholar. You know what I'm saying? And he wrote opinion piece in New York Times. He was given a chance because of his credentials to write opinion piece. What is a genocide? What is not a genocide? Literally, the fucking title of that article, it says, if it's a genocide when I see one. It says right here, I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it. And look into the facts. Look into the statements. Look into the intent. Look into all of that shit.
Also, fuck Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Yes, fuck Netanyahu.
Dan, are you trying to unfuck Netanyahu, or are you gonna say fuck Netanyahu?
I don't really care about Netanyahu.
Can you say fuck Netanyahu?
Stay with us.
Give me a second. Hold on.
He's not gonna say it because it's gonna hurt his feelings. Oh my God, we got Raza Pahlavi coming up now.
No, okay.
Iranians always fucking fuck up the room. Not you, Nargis. I'm talking about the Raza Pahlavi supporters.
No, sir. If you give me a chance.
Yes, sir. You fucking Raza Pahlavi supporter.
Sir, I don't care. If you give me
Raza Pahlavi, we need to coexist.
Yeah, just start that. I didn't say nothing about it.
No, I said Raza Pahlavi is a bitch. He's a terrorist. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Can we fundraise tonight?
That resistance is a brutal bastard, man.
Why? What happened?
He's just too brutal. That guy's doing too much.
Wait, hold on. I'm reading something. Can I send you something to check out as well in the meanwhile?
Yeah, no, but I want you to read Omar Bartal. If it has to do with other whatever, we're focusing on Omar Bartal right now. He's Israeli Jew.
Yeah, no, it's just.
No, I want you to read this. Take your time. We're gonna sit here. I'm gonna wait for you. I have whole day. Wait for you. I'm gonna wait for you. Right? I'm getting paid by the Iran. That's what all these fuckers say on this app. All the Zionists say that I get paid by RDC bullshit. Right? I'm gonna sit on my fucking ass and wait for your stupid response. I'm gonna wait for 5 minutes. We have people like Caleb.
That's so kind of you, Amir. You're such a good guy.
Thank you. So Jinder, tell us what happened with you started.
No, I was just in that room with Amos, and that resistance is brutalizing this Palestinian lady, Palestinian woman.
Abby is solid, but a lot of
Christian,
them
this
are
Christian,
kind of
that
know
he was
it
just
all.
too brutal, too much to deal with.
Oh, what's her name? Probably. She don't like Muslims. Let me see.
Which Palestinian lady?
Galilean, probably.
No, her name is Princesa or something like that. Or princess.
Did she change her name?
I don't know, but no, that's not the Galilean girl now.
Okay, I read it.
Bro, you read within 1 minute you read it?
Well, I was
30
reading since
minutes.
like you sent
30
it.
minutes is all.
Oh, that was a.
It's only
Oh,
been 2
read part of the
minutes.
book.
I'm fast reader, alhamdulillah.
At the age of 26, yeah, Wednesday, hang on, please. I just can't believe you. Well, anyways.
Okay, I'm here. So, from what I understood, is that he's arguing that there is high destruction in Gaza, which basically qualifies for the whole or in part destruction as part of the genocidal convention. He says that he doesn't explicitly say, but he basically goes over the fact that Palestinian people are people, therefore like it qualifies for the people part. And then he says that the statements made by the Israeli officials are like kind of enough to infer like something, but not exactly the high special genocidal intent to like do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
and it goes into the intention as well. Did you read the intention part?
400 out of 600.
Let me see. Maybe
see, this is the problem when you're under the age of 26, 20 years old. It only took you 1 minute to read the fucking long ass article. This is the problem with these kids nowadays, man. These kids, I don't know. And then they want to come up here and freaking argue over genocide. On one side, this kid is going against the genocide. On the other side, the kids are getting genocided, but he doesn't want to stand up against the genocide. He's literally defending against what Israel is doing to them. It's okay. It's not a genocide. It's a part of the war. They're gonna justify it. Disgusting.
But scientifically, he's not ready, right? Like.
Yeah, he needs to be age of 26. Well, we can talk to Pahlavi supporter. Hey, Pahlavi supporter, you want to speak? You support Israel?
You are not respect my king, and you don't respect
king. Fuck your king and fuck that terrorist king.
So fuck you,
fucking
motherfucker.
Fuck that Iranian king, that bitch, Pahlavi.
We don't have a king anymore.
Pahlavi bitch.
Okay, so basically,
That's crazy. That's crazy. And actually, I was waking up and I was like, get up, get up.
What king is this guy talking about?
Pahlavi.
Where is this king? I don't
So
see
this flag, shape that flag that they have it on their profile, you'll see them in some of the Iranian room. They're the big supporter of Reza Pahlavi. This is like the old flag. You see what I'm saying? Under the king. They call him king.
Still alive?
No, his son is Reza Pahlavi.
Is he a king of nobody? Like just in his basement? Like sitting on his lonely king's chair?
He's going to be Dan's king. Dan, would you take him as a king, the guy that was just in here? But,
no,
keep in mind,
hell no.
He'll do you dirty because he supports Reza Pahlavi.
Amir.
You didn't read it again. You didn't read it?
You're not reading it. You're just skimming through it. You want to be a debate, bro. It's so obvious.
You're just a kid, man. You're just a child. You used to see it in the Dawa room. You know, remember in the Islamic room, some kids will come in. Yeah, they used to come in.
He's just growing.
Did you just fart?
Oh, he's really frustrated now, huffing and
puffing. Okay. Please don't fart in this room, man. We're gonna need some air freshener. We need some air refresher.
Sunshine, engage with me.
Yes.
Engage with me. Okay, so for special intent, he basically cited a bunch of public statements made by Israeli officials, which said that they advocate for harsh measures and like dehumanization. And then he said, and he basically like talked about systematic practices. Pardon me. Killings, forced displacements, destruction of civil infrastructure, blah 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 blah, and said that that is unlikely without an intent to destroy a significant part of the group. But then the important thing for the Genocide Convention is that he said that the actual special intent is very hard to prove, which is one of like the more critical points for the whole thing. You do realize that?
It's easy to prove based on the statements. Dan, you didn't read that part. Okay.
I did. Can you read something for me? Amir, can you read something for me? I'll just send you a link quickly.
Hang on. Let me go over this article because we need to dive into this article. This is from New York Times. All right. He goes, what I fear in the aftermath of Gaza genocide, it will no longer be possible to continue teaching and researching the Holocaust in the same manner as we did before. Because the Holocaust has been so relentlessly invoked by the State of Israel and the defenders as a cover-up for the crimes of the IDF, the study and the members of the Holocaust could lose its claim to be concerned with universal justice retreat into same ethnic ghetto in which it began its life in the end of World War II. So, my friend, he's calling it genocide all over that fucking article. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, yeah, he's citing public statements made by officials, but that's not good enough for the high intent, like the special intent. Literally not.
Yeah, and he even says discrediting genocide. So the scholars who call out Israel genocide in Gaza as anti-Semitic threatens to erode the foundation of genocide studies. The ongoing, they called him a self-hating Jew, by the way, even though he's an Israeli Jew, and he's a study scholar. He's a fucking, I don't know, over 10, 20 years of fucking, if you read up on his credentials, oh my God. He's got a whole bunch of awards. He wrote a whole bunch of books. He did a whole bunch of shit, man. This guy is famous. Just look him up. Do you have ChatGPT then?
No.
Okay. Do you have any AI? Do you have YouTube AI?
Don't think that exists.
Do you have Grok from Twitter?
No.
Anyone else looking?
Do you have a head on top of your head or top of your body?
Don't have AI.
No, you don't have a head either. Okay. Anyways. Alright, what do you want me to read, man? It literally fucking goes into the intention. It proves everything that it's a fucking genocide. I don't know what you're on about, man.
No. I just said it again. You read the statements. I said, yeah, there is public statements made by officials.
That's the intention for it. That's the intention for it.
Enough for the genocide.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Who told you that? Who told you it's not good enough? If the commander of IDF says to genocide, then kill them, take off the lights. These are genocidal statements coming from the head of Yoav Gallant said this. I don't know if you know about the first fucking statement when he was a commander of IDF. Oh my God. People like you are Delulu. You just keep on defend Israel. You're Delulu for real. I wish you weren't Delulu. I wish you weren't. You're a young kid, so I'm just giving you benefit of the doubt. I'm just giving you benefit. Did you serve in the IDF?
No, because I came later.
Okay. Are you going to serve in the IDF?
Yeah, maybe probably later, yeah.
Okay, don't do it. Otherwise, I'm going to call you a baby killer. Okay? As soon as you serve in the IDF, the name goes out to everybody. It's a fucking baby killers. All right? And you know what a baby killer is? That title is really, really bad, and it's going to trigger the fuck out of you. You become a baby killer. So when you go, instead of serving in the fucking IDF, go serve in time in the jail. Okay? Don't serve in the IDF.
What?
You agree? Capiche? You agree?
Hell no.
You're not going to agree with your pro-pally brother? You're not going to agree. You're going to hurt my feelings.
Where are you from?
It doesn't matter. I'm in California right now. Are you going to hurt my feelings by not conceding that you're not going to serve in the IDF? You have to make this promise. Can you go serve in the jail instead of fucking, or don't go back to fucking Israel? Go to Russia or something.
Brother, Allah has assigned the Holy Land to me and my brothers.
No, Allah has not assigned you shit. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, you have spread corruption on the land, killed multiple prophets, broke the covenant. This is mentioned in my book. And even in your book, you killed multiple prophets and did a whole bunch of crazy shit on that land. This is not a holy land. This is a man-made land by who? By fucking atheist, agnostic motherfuckers like Theodore Herzl, Ben Gurion, Eliezer Ben Yehuda, Jabotinsky. All of these founding fathers were the one behind it, creating the state. They were motherfucking atheists and agnostic. This is not, God did not give you this land.
Amir, read for me, Quran, Al-Isra, 17:104. Please do that.
He wants to read 17:04. What does it say?
I don't know. You read for me. Read it.
Wow, he's bringing up Quran. Okay, I hope he knows more about Quran than I do. Quran, chapter 17.
I know that the Quran is true for you. It's the word of Allah for you. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. Okay, it says, and we convey to the children of Israel in scripture that you will surely cause corruption in the earth twice, and you will surely reach a great aginess. So what does that tell you? Corruption on the land. Who did this? Who did this? Who's spreading corruption on the land?
Are you really going to be dishonest about that shit?
I just told you. Did you read the whole context of it? You can't just go based on one verse. You know this, right, Dan? You have to read before and after.
So,
no, okay, but you do realize that
clear,
it says that the Allah assigned the land to us.
Jews in
we're
the
going to
US.
cause corruption.
There's
then we were going to go out to the land, and then we're going to come back into the land again.
Evangelical.
Okay. Let's read the tafsir. Do you know how to read the tafsir? You know what a tafsir is?
But it's gonna get their
Unless
that y'all played with.
And your parents came from Poland?
Because one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna watch, we're gonna observe. The dark side motherfuckers, they don't mind getting packed up in a room, okay? They don't mind playing away games. They don't mind none of that shit. We don't give a fuck about winning a fucking crash out. It's about winning the narrative at the end of the day. It's about, having a solid audience. Like, you coming under motherfuckers that literally violated everybody. You were just literally caping for Larry. What, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks?
Financially, and I can get the numbers, but you might just take that simple Google, which was invented by Israelis, and search the top lobbyists in Washington.
Google was invented by the Israelis? That's a new one.
Shocking. Sergey, he's really wealthy today from it. So let's take a look at the Association of Realtors and look at the Blue Cross, Blue Shield, the insurance companies, the pharmaceutical.
I was trying to play some music. I want that music time.
BB, you did a great job last night. I mean, you forced the positive. Congratulations.
I tried, man. Thank you.
I can prove to people that Israel loves peace. They just have to read the Tanya. And if you read the Tanya here on this app, you can prove to these deranged, psychotic, probably depressed people on this app. I just listened to Amir's room for an hour. He's a neurotic. He hate, you can just observe these people. They don't change. And they're just doing, it's like a show for them, but it's not educational. So where does that take you? It takes you nowhere.
Yeah, it's that word, echo chamber. And then there's a new contestant every week that Amir will showcase for a week, and then that person will fuck up, and Amir will be like, get into a fight with him, and the guy moves on. Last week it was Rolf. This week it's this guy Josh or something. It's just somebody new every week. It's the funniest shit, and it's so predictable. What to do? It's a group thing. It's a complete group thing. And can I say a circle J also? As a lady. Yeah, you're right.
Well, this book I have, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, the former Roman emperor. He says, throw your books away lest you die murmuring. And I'm thinking, like, you know what? Books are what can set us free. Clubhouse is what the murmuring is.
Yeah. So, Michelle, guys circle J, and women twiddle B, twiddle dom. It reminds me of this documentary I saw recently where they interviewed like different tribes in Africa, and most of them claim to be the forgotten Jews that didn't go to Moses out into the milk and honey, the promised land. They are those type of people. I'm convinced. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. I used to make a joke and say, I wish your parents loved you more and they didn't let you play fucking like street sports without wearing a helmet. And as a result, this is where you are now. But I'm starting to think my joke is reality. There's head trauma. There's some type of trauma that happened
And some people come to Clubhouse because they want to, communicate, make connections, have some proper discourse. And then that's a minority. And then the majority come here to stir up shit because they love havoc. You guys remember that meme, that African guy on Instagram? I forget exactly. So he's like, you love, what did he say? It was like, you love the pain or something like that. And he was like, it's a bald African guy next to this accent. He's like, you want the pain or something? You love the pain or the. Do you guys remember it? You remember what I'm talking about? Anybody? Nobody remembers that guy on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, maybe TikTok. All you want is pain. You love the pain. Something like that, he would say. I don't know if that word is pain was what he's saying. Anyways, all they want is stress. They don't know any difference. It's like they're caught in this hostile environment where all they know is stress and all they know is heartache and headache. And that's why I make a joke in my room. I'm like, this room's brought to you by Tylenol. They're gonna leave with a headache. But they love it. They love the drama.
Well, part of the problem is it's not just the speakers, it's the third party agents. It's us, it's you, it's me, it's we. It's engaging them, which even gives them any inflation or any gas to their motor. I mean, we're the oil to their inner workings because it takes, opposites. It takes the left hand, the right hand, black and white, upper teeth, lower teeth, eyelids. You see what I'm saying? That it's like quantum theory where they're able to uh, how does that experiment work where they run the ions through this detector and I can't remember how or it's hindsight, like it's like hindsight bias effect or something, that by running the experiment, um God, what do you know what I'm talking about, BB? Where they run the experiment, but there's like a cognitive bias where by running the experiment itself, it creates the effect. So I can't explain the words. I don't have the words right now.
I find it, guys. I find it. Watch this. Hold on. Can you guys? Do you guys hear me? I know what you're talking about. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My phone's not working. Hold on. Can anybody hear me now? Please.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so this I found it. Here it is. I don't want peace. I want problems always. That guy. That's Clubhouse.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is you have to work to create peace. You can't just that's the thing. It's like people either come here to create peace or they do come here to relish in problems, create problems, stir the pot. But I know no better way to create peace than to read the word or books or Torah or wisdom. And people don't do that here. I think that's, I went out into the real world to get petitions signed for the upcoming March primary. And I encountered the same thing in the real world as I did here on Clown House. There are people who can't live in peace and want to create problems. But it's you, the communicator, who, if you're patient and you're kind and you're selfless, you can essentially, I don't know if you can transform them, but you can at least, protect your own garden in a way so you can remain in peace. Because I'm not trying to be self-centered. I want to tikkun olam, but at the same time, I say peace now, and that's where I want to be.
No, I think you're very special, like human. because you constantly, selflessly speak like that. Every time you walk in a room, you're like, you need more Tara, you need more Talmud, you need more Tanya. Like, no, you say you need more Tanya and you need more Torah. And for those of you who aren't familiar, basically you need your book of faith. You need to shine, you need to be a little bit of light to spread out the darkness. And I think that's important, and not enough people are saying that. And I've picked up on what you were saying, and I try to do that now. I learned from that, and I thank you. So I try to do that in my rooms, and I try to spread a little bit of light, because it wards off so much darkness, and it's important. And that's why I'll do music rooms, or I'll talk, and I'll let people talk without interruption. And I know it may not solve anything, but I want people to actually listen instead of just talking.
Yeah, this is like we are talking through a program. This conference call is a program, and if you bring in another program into the program, aka Wisdom or Torah, you can modify this program because it's all based on words. So
it becomes a feature. It becomes a feature.
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
program.
Exactly. There's like, you can be strategic as well about how you deploy it, because there's times where you can essentially stop the chaos instantaneously if you so choose, and you can force people to go into the feature.
Absolutely. And there's not enough of that going on, and that's where the problem lies. The problem is that video to explain to that guy, I want problems, I don't want peace. But it's amazing how popular that video became. When I do look at it, how many views were on it, it's sickening.
Which one?
The one, I don't want peace, I want problems.
Oh.
Sending it to people because that's the way the world is becoming. So it became very popular because that 5-second video called out the world.
I gotta say, like, so I went to this farmer's market, and there's all these people that work on farms. They got children that work on the farms. Some of them are Mennonites, or they're German, I guess Mennonites. They're basically they're like Mormons, or not Mormons, Amish. They're anti-technology, big into action, big into farming. They don't have a lot of these mental health problems that a lot of people do, in generalized society, because their education and their whole life has essentially been, in a way, digital. And they're not reading. They're just looking at their cell phones.
So my brother's very religious. He raises his kid religious. They don't have a TV.
Mm-hmm.
They don't listen to news. The kids go to Hebrew school, so they don't get indoctrinated by propaganda. And he said, and it's funny the way he said, I'm brainwashing my children. I said, you're brainwashing them. He said, yeah. He goes, you look at brainwashing as different, but I'll explain to you what I mean by that. I'm cleaning their brains to be pure.
It is all programming. Your life is one long condition. Trump, look at my PTR. Trump has conditioned many people, but many people rejected his conditioning. I'm just saying you can condition yourself. It's a choice, but you have to do work. And, the secrets to life are in the hardest places to find, or to seek out. And really, it's a program. It's a feature. It's the book. And, I'm surrounded by books. I've got, a couple thousand books in my house. And I forced that situation. Yeah, I try to, Clubhouse, because it is so dynamic and it's so much in the now, and there's such a milieu, or a cornucopia of speakers. It is such a highly addictive app because, from a filmmaker perspective and recording, I think it's really a great product that I'm creating.
You could look at it as an audiobook.
Exactly.
As a toxic audiobook.
Exactly. Exactly. Because it's my choice to what I want to listen to or what I want to, ingest for my media diet. And I'm choosing Clown House, but in the morning now, just last week I started reading books again out loud for about 2 hours every morning. And that conditioning that you can do in the morning for yourself is invaluable for your overall daily mental health, because you're filling yourself up with positive programming. And people on this app start their day out talking about the dumbest shit in the world. It's terrible conditioning, it's terrible programming. This is why people go to college, to get programmed, to get conditioned, to also work your way into a network. But it's really the
It's funny
conditioning.
that you say that. So I have my tefillin on my kitchen table, and I put it on the chair, and I'm rushing around in the morning, and I glance at it,
Mhm.
and then I'm like, I'm walking out of the house, and I turn right around, and I'll pick up the tefillin, I'll shut the world out, I'll put it on my phone, tefillin prayer, go to the page, boom, and I'll wrap. And then there'll be other days I'll walk right by it, I'll be like, I have until 8:50 p.m. But I find when I do it first thing in the morning, my day is, I get solace. I get a complete, nice, well-rounded day and feel peace within. So it's so true. It's what you ingest from the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Like, you don't start eating healthy at 10 o'clock at night. You should start eating healthy first thing in the morning. Your body will feel good. You don't eat like shit all day and then eat healthy at night. You don't intoxicate yourself with Clubhouse and your real world with, like, you don't walk out of your house and say, fuck you, neighbor. And then at the end of the night, you're like, hey man, just want to make peace with you. Your whole day's gonna be shit. So if you fill yourself with good, positive vibes in the morning, you should, if I was a betting man, you should have a nice positive day.
See, you actually, in my opinion, if you read out loud in the morning, you're killing two birds with one stone, because as we just said, that listening to Clubhouse is basically nothing more than an audiobook. But you are not just what you think, you're also what you hear and what you say. And when you read out loud, you're also listening. So what I'm saying is that Clubhouse is like doing an upload into your brain. And if you, uh, override that upload by reading out loud in the morning, it's everything is just for a day. So if you can just read out loud tomorrow for an hour in the morning, I'll be there in your room. I'll record it. I'll put it on YouTube. Read something special, some wisdom, and then let's do an experiment and see how that impacts your day. And then we'll record your observations at the end of
I
it.
love that. I love that. Social experiment.
Yeah.
In life, real life.
And we're killing three birds with one stone that way, because A, we'll do it on Clown House, and we'll help program other people.
Yeah, it's like the Rebbe giving tzedakah, right? The whole point of it was one Jew helps out another Jew, and then that Jew helps out too. Now all of a sudden 4 Jews got helped, and it becomes a ripple effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're a wise guy, bro. I like you. Royal, it was this guy, last name was Rage. First name was Black Rage. And then there was Scotty as well. It's been going on the last week it's been on for a while, but it's more prevalent in the last week or two, where people are just saying fuck Nazis. I wish, but I've heard it for the past 5 years. But I guess it's always been, but it's becoming more and more and more, where they're like, Hitler didn't kill enough. Nazis, didn't do enough jobs, or there's good Nazis. Like they're just so backwards that they say they're sucking and blowing at the same time. But no, I agree with that experiment, and I would love to engage in that and read something short, because I find these long-winded things are no good. Something short, something sweet.
Well, no, don't make it too short. You need at least a decent amount of programming. Try to read for 10 minutes. We'll do 10-minute rotations. When I first met you, I did not like you. I thought it was like in hindsight, I thought it was very difficult to communicate with you. But you know who changed my mind about you and reframed my way of thinking? El Normo. He said to me, he says, don't be so hard on BB. And I said, I don't know, this is what he said. He said, BB's trying to be aspirational. Let him be aspirational. I was like, oh my God. I was like, you're right. I was like, why? That to me was like a really good reframe. I was like, why do I have a negative opinion about you? I was like, that's a me problem. So after he told me, he's like, let BB be aspirational, and I was like, wow, okay, you're right.
Well, thank you. I owe Normal a huge help. Does it need to be aspirational?
To be himself, to be free, to say what's on his mind, to not judge his aspiration. That's what it meant to me.
Oh, I see. So a prime example is an aspirational goal to become renowned author, motivating someone to write daily and refine their craft. That's an example of it. And relating to characterizing by a strong desire and ambition to achieve something significant or ideal, often reflecting hopes, dreams, or goals that inspire personal growth or success. I see. Okay. That's clearer now. Well, thank you for taking me under your wing, John. And like today, whenever somebody was like, John's an idiot, I'm like, actually, John's very extremely intelligent. Then you spoke, and the guy shut the fuck up and listened, and I was like, wow, John came through like crazy right now. And the guy changed his whole tone with you, and he started listening. And it was actually, and then he asked you more questions. In my heart, I was smiling straight up. I was like, this is just awesome what just happened here. And I pointed it in the right direction. And I'm happy I did. How you doing, Seneca? Oh, I'm well. I'm starving, but I'm okay. You're hungry, you're not starving. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm trying to order some food because I'm too lazy to cook right now. Tell me something positive about your day. Something positive. I know one thing positive about you, but I want to hear what you have to say. Well, one thing. Well, I got through. I don't know if it was really today, but I guess it fed into today. Okay, for one, I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm going to admit it. But at a certain point, I was missing my prayers. Right after I got scammed and the whole thing happened on Clubhouse, I was missing some of my prayers. Actually, not some, like a lot of my prayers. I would make it to the mat sometimes, but then there'd be sometimes I wouldn't make it. Right, and up until that point, like from the time I did my job, I never missed a prayer. Not once. That was like my bare minimum. Like it was like the bare minimum I could do. Like in addition to that, I was reading the Quran. I was, studying fiqh. Right, but I never thought that I could ever miss my prayers. Right, and then it was humbling to see that at the end of the day, I'm not this, we're so God. Somebody's telling you what, so go ahead. Yeah, but I'm still fallible. It was humbling to see how fallible I am. And that's what I came to realization today, even though now I'm back on my prayers, like I'm not missing any prayers. And I'm motivated to pray again. I have that joy of praying that I used to get with praying. Especially when I memorize new surahs, so. What if you look at it differently, that prayer keeps you motivated or gets you motivated instead of looking at it like, I need to be motivated to pray? What if prayer jumpstart your motivation for you? Yeah, that's what it's funny because that's what it's doing to me today, right? In this state of mind that I'm in, right? Like I have it's like peaks and valleys with my motivation, okay? And they're triggered by events.
Okay, I'm going to end this live stream and restart it.
But in